Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Let's get this development underway. So let me make sure that just wanted to make sure my audio is cool on the stream and it sounds good. So alrighty. So last time, a recap of the last session, development session. The successful tasks of displaying the ammo on the bottom right on clients and server was completed. I think I should be displaying 0 when I disarm. So it starts off as like on the client it works, but on the server it didn't work. Okay, so I guess we'll start the stream off by fixing that real quick. I didn't notice that. I guess I just checked the client before ending the last stream. So I'm not sure why. Not sure why it's showing up like that. Let's see. Hey Hamza. Hi Hamza, how you doing? Hamza Kilik. So we just gotta figure out why the server is not updating the HUD on the bottom right to 0, which should be called, let's see, right here, disarming a character. We're calling server set current weapon, right? Right here, and then okay, but this is only called if we're not on the server, so we gotta actually, if we are the server, we have to call this right here, and I'm actually gonna put it right here. And this should work now. So I equip a weapon on the server. Alright, there we go. So that was the problem. That problem's fixed. client should work, as should also work. Nice. All right, but I don't want to. Honestly, don't want to keep. I don't want to call this too many times. So what I can do is, for each of these calls, I can just call this whether I'm on the server or not, or just to save bandwidth. This is why I have it set up this way, because I don't want to keep calling this if I'm not on the server, right? So I would just put notes right here, and I'll say this is for the client. It sets the current carried ammunition on the HUD when, and let me just remind myself what this does. If I disable it, okay, so this sets the HUD on the client when the weapon is when the character is unarmed, right? And then this one is for, this is for the server. It sets the current ammunition on the HUD when the character is unarmed. And do I have any more of these? I'm pretty sure I have like one more. I have two more. Of course, this one is self-explanatory. This is for swapping weapons. I don't need to put a, oh no, this is for when the character's dead on the server. These are for the server. When the character's dead, and this is in begin play for all the characters. This is for swapping weapons, only on the server. And then oh, this is also for swapping weapons, right, for the clients. So let me see real quick. So I swap weapons. No, that's not for swapping weapons. Let's see. All right, when I swap weapons, it gets set within. No, this is for firing weapons. I believe this is for firing weapons. Yeah, that's for firing weapons. So which one did I put for swapping weapons? All right, when I swap weapons, let me open this function. Send this to the character. The character sends this to the character attribute component, which is only on the server. This gets sent to the server. And so it's okay, that's what happens. So it updates on the server, right? and then it replicates to all clients right here. So I'm assuming when I turn off the replication, well, actually now it's not gonna work at all. So yeah. Okay, so I'll just leave it like that. Time to move on to reloads. I'll add more notes off stream. So go back to the combat component, and of course this is for dropping all weapons. Begin play. Swapping the weapons, which is only on the server. And that's it. You die and alright. What's next? Alright, so it's time to start the reloads. So the goal now is to so I can't fire when I don't have any ammo within the chamber, right? So I'm gonna enable reloading so that once my ammunition within my weapon reaches 0, I can either automatically reloads the weapon or I have to press R. Well, so if it reaches 0 and I press fire, I want it to automatically reload. Otherwise, it's gonna stay at 0. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Automatic reload and reload. So is that a bug? Oh yeah, the server, I have to fix that. The server doesn't, the swapping weapon montage, it's a bug that I'll resolve. But it does work on a client fine, so all right. So let's do this. Let's get the reload on the road. Reloading, we're gonna need a function for reloading, and this is going to be a void. So this is gonna be the input. This is the function that gets called when we press the button to reload, right? And I'm gonna call this on reload current weapon, or just on reload weapon. I don't think I need an input action value, but I'll just copy this in case I do need it. Now, I fully qualified the function, but I didn't declare it, so it's not really fully qualified because it's not declared. It doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and declare the function in here. It's gonna be a virtual void function because I'm gonna override it. And I'm just gonna copy this code over here. And then I'm gonna override this in the base class. So virtual void on reload weapon. And then I'm going to fully qualify this in the child class of animation entertainment character. The class name is AAE character. And first things first, I'm gonna call super on reload weapon in case I end up putting some other functionality in the base function. Okay. And what I need now is to create a this is the input action that's going to be pressed by the player, right? So I can copy this one. And we can call this reload weapon. Action. It's gonna be started, and it's gonna take this function, right? And I need to declare this input action. So let's do that real quick. It's gonna be reload weapon, reload weapon action. Okay. And so we have the functionality down. Wait, it just doesn't seem it's detecting it. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Typo. Alright, so let's go ahead and minimize all this because we're done in this class. Let me just copy this because I think I have a typo on it. And I spelled it wrong. There we go. All right. So go ahead and minimize everything, get everything nice and neat, and move on to the next class, which is the class that's actually going to be spelled it wrong here as well. Gotta make sure the typos aren't prevalent, otherwise I'm gonna get a lot of build errors. And there we go. Okay, so press the reload button. We need to check if combat component is valid, and if it is valid, we're gonna call combat reload weapon. We're gonna pass in, we don't need to pass in anything, so we're just gonna call combat reload weapon. So within the combat component, we need to create a function for reloading the weapon. And let's fully qualify this function. Well, first off, let's minimize everything, close all the different regions, and just keep what we need open, right? So everything doesn't get sloppy. So we're calling this function reload weapon. First thing before we do anything, we need to make sure the character, let's just deal with one character for now. And I actually want to put this on this side of the screen. Okay. So we want to make sure the character is in this state, which is combat, or the character is in cover. So I want to say if character state does not equal F gameplay tag request. I'm sure this is the syntax. Was it a capital G? Gameplay tag F name text, and it's the character gameplay tag that I'm looking for is character state combat, right? So combat is the state right here. I'm just in combat. I just have a weapon equipped. I'm not doing anything. Or I can, even if I'm aiming, I'm still in combat. If I'm firing, I'm still in combat. But if I'm swapping weapons, I'm not in combat, right? So okay, so F gameplay. Oh, okay, it was a F gameplay tag. What did I have before? Oh, I had a lowercase t. So if we're in combat, or if we're in cover, so the character state, if it doesn't equal combat, or it doesn't equal cover, have caps lock on, then I'm gonna return. Well, and also I want to make sure that, actually no, this is good. Wait, no, and also I need to make sure that current weapon. So if we're not in combat, we're not in cover, or if current weapon is not valid, or actually, yeah, that's good. So when I find more like limitations to put on this function, I'll keep adding on to it, but I think for now this is good. So if we get past here, we know we have a weapon equipped and we're in the right states, which should allow us to reload. So like I don't think I want the character to be able to reload when they're out here in this in cover aiming, right? So I'll leave it like that for now. So the first step is to do is to what's the first thing that we need to do to reload? I know that I want to reload once the reload animation is complete, right? So I'm gonna create a boolean. I don't want as soon as I press the reload button for the character for the ammunition to update on the bottom right while the reload animation is still playing. I want it to play the animation, and then once the animation is complete, then the reload ammunition on the bottom right will update. So to do that, create a boolean. I'm gonna call this be server reload enabled, right? Or be is server reload enabled. I'm gonna set this to equal true in here, and then when the animation is complete, I'm gonna go here and put another case. This is for unarming the character. This is when we're switching weapons. This is for when we're reloading. And the first thing I'm gonna do is set this to false, right? Because we set it to true here, we're gonna set it back to false after we do whatever we need to do here. So within here, I'm gonna create a function on the server that only gets called in the server, and it's going to be called and I'm gonna copy this class qualifier. I'm gonna call the server handle reload. And of course, since it's a server RPC, I need to fully qualify it, or rather I need to put implementation under it after the function name so that Unreal Engine knows to develop the fully functional function behind in the background, right? So copy this right here, Server handle reload. Okay. Now I don't think it takes anything. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to pass in. I think I'll need to pass in my current weapon. So I'm gonna just go ahead and current weapon reference. And here, when I call it, I can take out implementation and pass in the current weapon that I have. Okay, so this is where all the functionality is gonna happen for reloading. I only want the server to have control over the ammunition that the character has. Right. So the ammunition only exists on the server character, and set value replicates down to the owning client. So first things first, we need to get we need to see how much room we have in the magazine of the weapon that we have equipped. Since now the weapon is 0, there's no room in the there's no bullets in here. We need to get the delta between the current ammunition and the maximum ammunition that the magazine can hold. So this is a const unsigned integer 32 bits. And I'm gonna call this empty space and magazine. And this is going to be, first of all, I need to check if this is valid. If this is not valid, then I'm going to return. So the empty space in the magazine is going to be initialized with current weapon, and we could check the weapon class. Let's see what variables we have. So we have this. This gets the ammunition that we have in the weapon. I know I also need okay, it's not in the web, it's in here, right? This is what holds all the weapons ammunition. So we have magazine capacity and ammunition. So I need to get magazine capacity from the weapon because the combat component needs to get it from the current weapon. So in the weapon class, I'm going to create a function that this should be a public function. And I'll create another one that says get magazine capacity, right? And within here, I can just copy it. I can basically just copy this. Check if it's valid. Weapon attribute component is valid. If it is, I'm gonna return magazine capacity. If it's not valid, I'm gonna return 0. I'm gonna copy that. Paste it in here. So the empty space in the magazine is the magazine capacity. Yikes. Minus current weapon ammunition. But I don't think that's gonna give me the room in the magazine because we have 0 here and 28 minus 0. So if we restart this, I think my math is way off. We have 7 rounds in the gun. To get the room in the magazine, we need to get the rounds that we have. The difference between, so we subtract 1. Now we subtract 1 from the magazine. Now we have 1 space in the magazine. We subtract 1 from the bullet. I'm sorry, we subtract 1 bullet from the rounds in the gun. The gun's magazine. Now we have 1 empty spot to reload. So we could say ammunition how much ammo we have. Man, my math is way off right now. Magazine capacity is 7. 7 minus 6 is equal to 1, right? So this is right. However, it's not right when we say magazine capacity is 7. 7 minus 1. Okay, it is right because now we have 6 empty spots in a magazine. Okay, so my math is not wrong. Now we have 7, which is the magazine capacity. Seven minus the current ammunition, which is 0, is equal to 7. So we have 7 empty spots, empty spaces in the magazine. Okay, so this is fine. And So we have how many spaces we have, right? That's how many spaces we have to reload. The next thing to do is I need to select the least amount, so the value that's the least between the empty spaces in a magazine and the empty spaces in the magazine and magazine capacity, I believe, because I only want to reload the least amount. So for example, if we have 2 empty spaces in a magazine and no, I'm sorry, I need to get how many bullets we have that we're carrying here. So 28, we have 28 bullets in on our character. So our character is holding 28 bullets on its inventory right here. So that's what we need to get a hold of that. But that 28 count is only valid for the pistol. It's not valid for the sniper. The sniper has 32 bullets that we're carrying for it on the body. So each weapon has its own amount of bullets that we have, specialized bullets for each weapon, right? Hey Ezra Dev, EZR Dev, how you doing? How's everything going? I'm just working on weapon reloads right now. So to get the carried ammunition, we know we're on the server. So I'm gonna declare another unsigned integer 32-bit, and this is going to be it's gonna be called carried ammunition, or rather, just to keep it consistent with what it's called here, because this is where it's being stored. This is the class that exists on the character, and it holds all of the, like, the health, the ammunition, you know, if we add any special ability or whatever on the character, it'll be here. And the variable name is carried ammunition, pistol carried ammunition. And I actually want to move both of these. Actually, no, I'll leave them here for now. I was gonna move them down here so I can edit them in Blueprint, but I'll just leave them here. We want to get the current weapon carried ammunition, right? This is what we want to get. So all this current weapon carried ammunition, and we're going to initialize this with, I should have a class in the character that gets it, but I don't have one yet, so I'm gonna have to create one. So it's gonna be force inline, and it's gonna return an unsigned integer 32-bit, and the function name is going to be called get current weapon carried ammunition. It's going to be const. and it's not going to be force aligned. And I'll put it in here. I'm gonna have to create another section for, because these are all inputs, but it's all right for now. Again, I have to fully qualify it. And the first thing we're going to check is if character attribute component is valid. Then we're going to return character attribute component current carried ammunition. And I spelled did I spell attribute wrong? Attribute. And if it's not valid, we're going to return 0, because we have to return something in this function, right? It has to return something above 0. Anything has to return something including 0 and above, because it's unsigned. So we can grab this, get current carried ammunition, go back to the combat component, and we know this is going to be set. So hold on, we need to also check if the current weapon reference that we pass in is not valid, or owning player character is not valid. And this is a reference pointer to the character that we're controlling on the server, that exists on the server. So if either one of these is not valid, we're going to return. So we can access this safely now because we know it's valid. And we're going to call this function here, get current weapon carried ammunition. And we're initializing this this unsigned integer 32 with what this returns. How long did it take you to do all of this? It looks really good. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ezra. Easy R Dev. I don't know how to pronounce your ID. Thanks a lot for the compliment. I've been working on this for around this project since last year. So around a year. About a year. And it started off just as excuse me for a moment. It started off just as this is a project for like movement, parkour, and it just slowly kept growing and growing and growing. Before I knew it, I implemented all the animations within the parkour animations pack, and so then I decided to replicate the parkour, right? So I did that. Basically starting over the system that I made and making it online compatible. So it does work on clients, and actually I can show it to you with 3 clients, because that's the best way to test online. Yeah, if you have a server and 2 clients, to make sure that everyone's seeing the same thing. right? So it does work with clients as well, and everything's synchronized. But yeah, it just started as a project that, you know, was just like for fun, like just to implement animations, and it kept growing and growing, and before I knew it, I had all the animations implemented. And then I was like, all right, why not just make this a game, right? Because I know how to develop a shooter game, because I prototyped one, you know, the year before I started working on this parkour animations. So I decided to make an online shooter game that deals with fast-paced movement and parkour. So that's what this is the result of. It's the result of, and a crash. Nope, it didn't crash. It's a result of randomness. Not randomness, but like unwanted, or rather unscheduled, unplanned actions that just builded upon each other into the project that you see now. So it's been around a year. And I don't know is this thing still. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question. It's been around a year. I'm just working on this project, but the year before that, I was working on just the shooter mechanics, a shooter game. And so everything in total, maybe around a little under 2 years, but I would just say a year, just for this system, yeah. But learning everything, maybe like 2 years, or somewhat around that time. But yeah, it's been it crashes right here for some reason. I have to figure out why it crashes. I might not implement that part in the full game, because it causes a crash always in the same line of code. Right, if I show it to you, this line of the code right here is, and it doesn't always crash right there. It happens sometimes, and I don't know why it happens. So hopefully Jesus Christ will help me out with that, because it's frustrating. Yeah, Father God, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, help me out with this error, please. So right here, 13369, right? That's this code. That's this line right here. All I'm doing is assigning a value to this pointer, and this pointer right here is right here. So it's a null pointer, and I'm assigning a value to it, which is passed in, and this is just a montage, right? And then once I use this pointer right here, I use it, and then I set it to null after I use it, right? So every time I assign to it, it's null, and when I'm assigning to it, it's crashing, and that doesn't make any sense. It's a null pointer, and I'm putting a value to it, So I have no idea what's going on with that. I don't know why it's causing it to crash. So it's one of those, like, this is one of those errors that drives you nuts because it doesn't make any sense. So, but yeah, I went off on a rant. It's been around a year, man. Or a woman. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but it's been around a year. So let's get back to developing the reload system. Okay, so we know that we have the current weapon carried ammunition, storing that in this variable, and we're getting the space, empty space in the magazine that we can fill up with ammunition from the current weapon carried ammunition. So what we need to do is okay, so I want to get the value. So between these two, I want to get the value that's the lowest, right? And that's what I want to put into the magazine. The value that's the lowest between how much we're carrying, how many bullets we're carrying on our body, and how many spaces we have within the magazine. Because if we're carrying 2 bullets on our body, let me just switch weapons. If we're carrying 2 bullets on our body and we only have, so we shot twice. We shot twice and we have 28 bullets on our body for this gun that we're carrying. So we only have 2 empty spots within this weapon, this magazine, to fill it up with bullets. But we're carrying 28. So we want to get the least between how many we're carrying and how many spaces we have. Since the space that's left in the magazine is 2, that's the least between how many we're carrying and the space in the magazine. So we're going to fill up the magazine with the empty spaces. However, if we have we know the weapon holds 7 rounds, right? So let's shoot it 4 times. And let's just say this right here says 1. So we're only carrying 1 bullet for this weapon. We want to fill up the weapon with the least amount. If this says 1, the least amount between how many spaces we have in the magazine, which is 4, and how many we're carrying on our body, which is 1, right? So we want to fill up the magazine with 1 because that's the least amount. We always want to fill it up with the least amount between how many we're carrying on our body and the empty spots we have within the magazine, because I don't know, the logic just works. It's the easiest way to make sure that you don't overfill the magazine with more bullets than it takes. right? So we can do a, what we're gonna do is, so we know we have, so we're gonna create another variable, and it's gonna be a const unsigned integer 32, and this is gonna be called a amount to reload, either amount to reload or, yeah, amount to reload is fine. Amount to reload, and we're gonna initialize this with okay. So I'm gonna clamp it, fmath clamp, and what I want to clamp is the empty space in the magazine, and I want to clamp this between 0 and okay, I need to first create a variable for the least amount, which is going to be what we're filling up the magazine with, the amount that we're filling up the magazine with. So it's going to be called const unsigned integer 32-bit. And actually, I'd call this least between, it's gonna be a long variable name, this and empty space in magazine. It's a long variable name, least between current weapon carried ammunition and empty space magazine. Okay. And yeah, it's a bad variable name, but it's descriptive, so I'll just leave it. Fmath, and I'm gonna initialize this variable with least. It should have a variable function called least. Fmath should have least in here. I don't see least. Is it called minimum? Minimum. Wait. Min. Returns. Alright, yeah. It's minimum or min. Hey, Audio Torres. What's good, man? How you doing? Hope everything's going well for you. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just working on the weapon reload. Just implementing weapon reloads now, so that's the goal for today's stream, just to have reloading functionality so that when we run out of bullets and we can't fire anymore, we can either swap weapons, which I might end up speeding up that animation, because if you're in a fight, I think you want to swap weapons faster than this. But yeah, you can either swap weapons or reload. So yeah, that's the goal for today. So we're gonna get the minimum between pretty sure I want to use this. No, which I don't know which one of these I'm gonna use, so I'm just gonna guess. I want to get the minimum between this right here and this right here. Pretty sure this will work for minimum. Yep. It just takes two variables. Pretty sure it doesn't subtract it either. So we have the least amount, and okay, so now this is the amount to reload. We want to clamp this. We're going to clamp the empty space in the magazine between 0 and least. We're going to clamp the empty space in the magazine between 0 and the least between current weapon carried ammunition and weapon space and magazine. And this doesn't have to be done, but this is just in case, you know, by accident. If I show it to you, I go to weapons, if I accidentally put that's a bad example because the sniper only holds one round in the chamber. Right here, if I accidentally put the ammunition in the weapon above, like a value that's like above the magazine capacity, if I accidentally do this, but I'm gonna do my best to make sure I don't do something like this. If I do this, then this is going to return. If this line isn't here, this line of code isn't here, and I just return this, it's gonna be a negative value, right? So I'll end up taking away from my bullet even more, my magazine even more, and I don't want that to happen. So this line of code is just a safe precaution to make sure that if this is set this way within the blueprint, that it'll always, the lowest I'll always return is 0. Because right now it's -3, right? So this is just for just a safe threshold, minimum threshold of how many bullets we can reload. And so we have the amount to reload, and this is only happening on the server. So let's just write some lines of code real quick. We're gonna say amount of ammunition within the current weapon that is equipped the amount of ammunition within the current weapon that is equipped. And this is going to be the space within the current weapon magazine that needs to be filled with ammunition. And this one will be least between current weapon carried ammunition, the amount of ammunition to reload the current weapon with, the least between the two local variables above is selected so that regardless of whether the character has more current weapon carried ammunition than empty space in magazine, or vice versa, said character will always reload the weapon the current weapon with, and let me just, the current weapon with the exact with the appropriate amount ensuring that said current weapon's magazine is not overfilled with more ammunition than it can carry. It's it's not too long of a note, but if I ever want to look back and be like, why did I put it like this, then I can just read that. And this one will be, this is to ensure that within the respective weapon blueprint, if within the respective weapon blueprint, inside the what is this called, weapon attribute component, inside the weapon attribute component, this is to ensure that within the respective weapon blueprint, inside the weapon attribute component, if the ammunition value is set to be higher than the magazine capacity, the lowest value and I might just put a note here that says, see how empty space in magazine is calculated. So this is to ensure that within the respective weapon. The blueprint inside the weapon is kind of quiet. Uh, this is ensure that within the respective weapon blueprint inside the weapon attribute component, if the weapon value is set to be higher than the magazine capacity, a value of a value which is below 0 will never be calculated or be returned. Okay, sorry for that. That was a long I had to do that just so I don't forget. But Ezra Dev says, I've tried to make games before on Roblox and switched to Unreal Engine recently, but I don't know where to start when making a game. For example, what systems to implement first? Oh man. Hey, well, yo, welcome to Unreal Engine, man. I love Unreal Engine. It's the best. Well, I mean, I never used any other game engine, but Unreal Engine is just it's a wonderful game engine. It's very robust and it's easy if you, okay, let me not say it's easy because it gets frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. Somebody did ask me before if it's hard to, I believe the question was like if replicating this combat component was hard, and I told him I told him it was easy, but I wasn't lying. I was just not thinking exactly of all the hardships that I had when I was developing, or when I am developing. I was just thinking like right now everything's going somewhat as expected and as planned, so it's not hard right now. But just like you just saw the crash that just happened, sometimes like it's hard as crap and it's frustrating and you don't know what the heck is going on and you just want to cry, because it's just like, what's going on, man? Like, why is this crashing? Why is this not working when it should be working? And it's frustrating, man. So I definitely understand your concern and you're worrying about not knowing where to start. Having a strong foundation is crucial. That's I have to say that you have to have a strong foundation when you're starting. So you have to have a nice you have to learn from someone who knows what they're doing, so that you learn the right way and learn good practices, so that as you get better you already have those good practices and you're like ingrained in your fundamentals, right? So that when you're working on more complex systems, you will be ensuring that your code and your systems is scalable and it runs it as efficient as possible, and minor crashes happen due to and in result minor crashes and minor undefined behavior instances will occur, right? So yeah, I know what you're saying, that you don't know where to start. I can recommend 2 instructors that really made learning so much less of a headache, and all I had to do was put in the time to study and learn, right? So as long as you're willing to put in the time to actually learn Unreal Engine and not just follow along tutorials blindly, then you'll actually learn. But you have to study it like you're in school, but not don't sit down and study like you're in school, but you have to know what you're doing, like you're in school. But it's fun. If you want to do it, it'll be fun. So it'll be fun classes, So the two instructors that I can recommend, I recommended these two to Audio Torres before during the last stream. The first one is Druid Mechanics. This guy, he's great. His name is Stephen Ulabari. He's a great instructor, probably one of the best for Unreal Engine. So he has a lot of courses out, and like if you want to learn Unreal Engine, this is definitely one of the guys to go to. There are paid courses on Udemy, so but Udemy always has sales, so like the courses will range from anywhere between $10 and $15 when they have sales, and they have sales like almost every week, if not every other week. And the other guy is, and he also has a Discord server, so if you go to see, like he puts sales out, he puts his own personal sales out. He has a blueprint course, he teaches collisions, all this great stuff. And his Discord server, if you just like click on a video, his Discord server is right here, right? So you can check him out. And his Udemy page is of course like right here. And another instructor will be,
so let's go ahead and get started. So
this guy, right? His name is Vince, but he teaches like materials and lighting, dynamic lighting, and this is his most recent course, an action RPG. So these two courses are only in C++. So unless you want to learn coding, if you're more interested in coding and like learning how to develop with C++, then you should take this course. You should learn from him, and of course this guy as well, Steven. They're both teaching C++, but he also teaches in Blueprints. Vince also teaches in Blueprints, but his but most of his like courses are in C++, or rather the ones that I took are in C++, right? But he has a material course and a dynamic lighting course, so, and those aren't in C++. So it's these are the only two instructors that I learned from. And of course, like YouTube, you just always search something up on YouTube if you want to learn something real quick. But it's in terms of like having a community to go to like ask questions and whatnot, and to get help if you're stuck or just ask for advice, definitely these guys. He doesn't have a Discord server on his description. I think you actually have to purchase one of his courses to join his Discord server. But it's well worth it. Like you're not paying for trash. I learned from these guys, and I'm continuing to learn from these guys. So, and of course you also learn on your own through Googling. As Drev says, agreed. I've tried Unity, and I've done more in Unreal Engine in 10 minutes than I've done in Unity in the few months I tried learning it. Yeah. Oh man, sheesh, that's a story. I never used Unity, but I mean, I'm not gonna bash Unity. I'm just an Unreal fan because it's just epic, man. I mean, Unreal Engine is just epic. It just looks better. It feels. I never used Unity, but Unreal just looks better. The user interface looks better, and the games that I've seen that gets developed using Unreal Engine look better, and they're just more my style. But Yeah, I can understand that. And yeah, his blueprint course, I don't have it, but I was thinking about checking it out just so I can like see what he's teaching, right? So I can learn about his concepts. Oh yeah, that's another thing I wanted to tell you. When you take the courses, man, the best way I found to learn something is to not just follow blindly. Don't just watch the course on like on the screen and copy it. You just copy what you see because you're not learning anything if you do that. You know, I would recommend you watch the course and understand it. Watch watch a section of a course, understand it fully, and watch it multiple times, and then do it yourself. You know, do what you learn in that section yourself, or watch a few videos and learn it and understand it, and then do it yourself and take as many notes as you can so you know what you're doing. That's the best way to learn is by taking notes so you understand what you're doing, right? If you write like in C++, this is why I write a lot of notes so that I'm like also it helps to go back on the code and read it so you know what you were thinking when you wrote it, but also it helps you to when you're learning, it helps you to really know that you know what you're doing, you know, so you're not just writing some random code that doesn't make any sense. So take a lot of notes. If you develop in C++, write a lot of pseudocode and think out loud if you have to, so that you know your code is making sense, you know. And yeah, that's about it. And pray. Seriously, cause this stuff this is gnarly stuff. Like if I don't get help from God, man, I feel like I'm gonna give up. Cause sometimes I'm just left just like, why isn't this crap not working, man? Like it doesn't make any sense. It should work and it's not working. And I'm just like, I don't care anymore. I just want to quit. I hate this. I hate what's going on right now. It's like I'm wasting my time. And I feel like a loser. But you just have to like keep at it and seriously pray and keep studying. Keep researching. You always have to research. Researching is crucial in software development. So don't be scared to like go to like let's see like I'm always searching for like forms in the Unreal Engine, because like just to see like this is one of the best places to find a solution if you have a problem, the forums. Because if you have a problem that you can't solve, most likely somebody else went through the same thing you're going through. So like right now I was searching for like the crash that just happened. I was trying to see what's causing it, because there's nothing in my code that should be causing that, right? This guy's talking about the GPU changing something in the GPU settings. I'm like, can that cause a crash like that? So you're always learning something, right? And it's just random. Like always don't be afraid to like search like in Google, like I don't know what anyway, just always search in Google, right? If you have a problem, and don't be afraid to go to the Unreal Engine documentation. I believe, yeah, right here, the documentation, and just find what you're looking for here as well. Like, don't be afraid to get in here, because Epic made this for us, you know, so we can know how to use Unreal Engine, you know. So this is for us. This website is for us, the developers, right? The people who work at Epic already know how to use Epic. Of course, they also, I'm sure they use it as well, but this is for everyone else who doesn't know how to use it, who's using it. Because I mean, Unreal Engine, let's be real, man. This thing is it's a beast. You do so much things in this one application that it doesn't make any sense. Like, you should be able to do all this stuff in one application. Make movies, special effects, games. Like, it just doesn't make sense, you know? So like, technology is really crazy. So yeah, this is for us. Don't be afraid to get in here and really learn. Why isn't this working? Is like half of the programming experience. Yeah, audio tour is, bro. Yeah, you're definitely right. I hate it. I hate those moments. I really do hate it. But once you figure out why something isn't working, then if it's like, thank you, you know, thank you, God, thank you. You're so thankful. And like, for me, I'm always thanking Jesus Christ and asking for more wisdom, right? Because I know it's gonna happen again, right? But yeah, that's just the life of software development, and I don't think I'm up for it. So once I make this game, and I love doing it, but I hate being frustrated like that. But I guess it helps because helps me pray. So it's fun, but it's frustrating. So yeah. Oh yeah, how is this working? Yeah, let me tell you something, man. I might get banned if I show this. I don't think I want to show it. I'll just explain it. This is a Grand Theft Auto 6 leak, right? One of the Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks is it showed like Lucia walking around, and the dev was just controlling her, right? And that's how I was looking at this is don't like, are they trying to like, because this is don't like, are they trying to like, because they were always trying to point forward, like in the forward direction, regardless, trying to point forward, like in the forward direction, regardless of which rotation the character had. And I was like, is that how the head movement is being calculated, like the look around? So what I did was I prayed. I'm not gonna lie, I prayed a lot, and I started coding, and let's see, and that's how I ended up developing that head movement right there. It's fine. Let's see if I can find it. It is right here, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the hell is going on in this code. Excuse my language. I don't know what I wrote here. I mean, I kind of know I do know what I wrote, but at the same time, I'm like, what did I write? You know, like, this is just debugging, right? So even if we just like cross this out right here, so like these lines, these lines, these lines, these lines, these lines, and it goes down here to these lines, right? I got this idea from looking at the video, and it works, right? But I didn't write any notes, so I should have wrote some notes. So I'm gonna have to come back here and look at this again, and then write my notes like up here or something, so I know what I was doing. But this is one of those instances where I was like, what am I doing here? And I came back to this and I was like, what made me like write it like this, you know? And I mean, by looking at it now, I know what I'm doing. Like, basically, like getting the right here. Well, first of all, if I'm running, I'm not doing it. I don't want to look around, right? And then I'm getting the input vector, which is like which direction we're moving, left or right or forward or backwards, and the rotation. I'm making it to a rotation, so getting like the forward vector of which way we're looking, and then I mean, if I look at it now, then I can just like go through the code and understand it. But if I don't go through the code line by line like this and say what I'm doing, then all I know is that I'm slowly damping down. I'm slowly damping down the rotation of the axis from so from the spine, where is it? From the pelvis to the, if you look at it, the bottom turns a lot faster than the top. The lines in the bottom turns a lot faster than the top, and I'm using the last axis, so I'm using this one all the way in the top to control the head movement. The interpolated value that's being stored here paired with the forward vector in which the character is moving, right? And then I'm doing some more math, which I don't remember what's going on. But basically, it's just one of those instances that I didn't know what I was doing. I just got the idea from a video and praying, right? I watched the video and I was like, I want to implement that. Prayed, and then got the coding, and it worked, you know. So I got inspiration from one of the leaks to implement this head movement, and that's pretty cool. No, they won't sue me. Rockstar may not sue me, but they'll definitely take down the video, and they might I might get a strike on my channel. You know, Rockstar is not playing around, man. And I don't. There's no reason for me to get my channel, like, to get a strike on my channel and get this whole live stream taken down, just for showing like 15 seconds worth of clips. You can find it easily if you search the web. They raided the guy who leaked the content. They raided that guy. He's in jail, I think. So you already know they're not playing around. But yeah. See, I got into a rant, and I'm supposed to be developing reloads. But yeah, man, like, yeah, I'm glad you're developing within Unreal Engine. Easy R dev. Yeah, sheesh. Yeah, man, that's gnarly. He shared the good news with us, but he took a huge fall. Which is pretty sad, but now you know. Now no one knows, not everyone knows that Rockstar's not playing around. I tried to build and I got an error. 2304. Oh wow, this has to be an N64? Why is that? Interesting. This needs to be okay. Oh wow. 64. Yeah. Yeah, that's sad. Or Audio Torres. Sad that he got locked up, but that's a billion-dollar company, multi-billion-dollar company, and he's messing up their business. So I never used it, and that's a huge number. I never used this before. 22300. I'm getting another error. No matching overload function found. Crap. I didn't mean to open this. No, I didn't want to open community. All right, let's see what this this error is. It says now it says int32. Like, all right, so maybe I could just change these to an int. Like, conversion from unsigned int32 to int requires narrowing conversion. It's telling me to cast it 2292. Oh, it's because of this. Right. Okay. So I'll just cast it. And that should work now, right? Because I'm casting to an int. Oh, okay. Another 2295. Right, because these also return unsigned integers. Is there anything else? Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, Rockstar definitely is not playing around. They're expecting a lot of money from the game, so they're definitely not trying to have anybody messing up their revenue. It's one of the, Rockstar is one of those companies that they don't have to advertise or do anything that that other game companies are focusing on. And I don't want to get into that topic for real, but they don't have to appeal to special agendas or anything like that. They just do what they do and release their game. They're like the Family Guy or American Dad of video games. They don't care about what they show on there or what they display. They just do it. Okay, so let's see. So this is the amount to reload, right? And this is only being called on the server. So we're only reloading on the server. And once we do this calculations on the server, what we're going to do is got the amount to reload. Now we need to subtract this amount. This amount needs to be taken out from, it needs to be subtracted from the amount that we have within our weapon, right? So this bottom number right here needs to be updated to subtract the amount that we're going to reload into the weapon, which is this amount. So we can call, we need to create a new function within the character class. And this is going to be called I'm gonna call this function void update current weapon carried ammunition, and just to be as specific as possible so I know what I'm looking at without even opening the function, I can say update current weapon carried ammunition from reloading, right? So I know that this is being called on the server when we reload, right? And this is gonna take a it's gonna take an int it's gonna take a const int reference, and this const int reference is going to be called amount to update current weapon carried ammunition from reloading. So again, another long variable name, but I don't really care. It's descriptive and it's gonna help me out in the future. So, and I believe, yep, the combat component is a friend class of here. So this doesn't even have to be a public function, but so I'm gonna move this back up here. Yikes, wrong section. Right, so right here, we're gonna call this function, passing in the amount to updated, and this is going to be moved up here. And so we're reloading. We're checking this is valid. If it's valid, then we're accessing it, and within the character attribute component, I need to create another function that says, I could basically just copy this so it has the same name, right? Just to keep everything consistent. Update current weapon carried ammunition from reloading. Passing this in. And within the character class, we're going to call that function, passing in this. But we're not going to pass in this because we know that it's an unsigned integer 32 what we're updating. So before we pass it in, we need to create a, let's see, a const unsigned integer 32, and this is going to be called, let's call it the same thing as the current weapon carried ammunition. I'll call this casted current weapon carried ammunition. Wait, casted updated, casted update. Yeah, that's good. And we're gonna initialize it with static cast type unsigned int 32. So we're casting to this type unsigned int 32, and what's being casted is an integer. And then we're passing this in here. But let's make sure that right here it's an unsigned int 32, and then we have to declare this function within the header file. So right here, and we can put a note here that says this is only called from the server from within, and I could just copy this right here. So this is only called from the server from within right here. Just so I know that this is authoritative from the server, and the server has control over the ammunition. Right? So I'm calling it in, I'm passing it in. Audio Torres says, you're working on your engine right now. So far you got interpolated triangles in. Nice, man. Does that mean that your triangles are rotating? They're like moving around or something? Are you interpolating their movement? Their movement, their colors. What are you interpolating? So right. So right now we can call this function from the character. And so this is only called from the server. And amount to reload is a positive number, which means I'm gonna have to pass in the value of it being negative. So I'm gonna put a minus before it, which turns it to a negative. And because we're subtracting this from the character attribute component, right? So let's do the math here first. All we're gonna do is say let's see. Okay, we also need to pass in let's pass in this as well, because we need this. And then we go over here because we need to pass in the weapon that we're using. So we go over here, pass that in, and we can check if this is valid and this is valid. And then over here we can pass in the weapon and go ahead and copy that and go to the character attribute component and paste that here as well as over here, and then go to the combat component and paste in this right here. right? So we're we're passing all that in, and then we can update it here. So each vertex of the triangle has its own color. So interpolation means mixing and blending in the colors, essentially creating a rainbow effect on the. Oh, I get it. Wait. Each vertex of the triangle has its own colors. Interpolation means mixing and blending in the colors, essentially. So are you interpolating the values of like I'm not too knowledgeable on graphics programming, but I'm sure like red, green, and blue has its own like value, right? So are you interpolating the floats? So like you're interpolating red, green, and blue, the float values, and you're mixing it that way. Is that what's going on? So right here we can say if we're gonna get the ammo map that's holding all of the ammo for the guns that we have in the inventory, basically. We can say if this contains, well, first of all, we need to check if this is valid, right? So make sure this is valid before we continue. If it is valid, I'm gonna check to see if this contains. We're checking the weapon type here. If this contains the weapon type, because we know this map holds the weapon type is a key value and it returns an unsigned integer, right? So this is what it returns based on the weapon type, which is the key. So we pass in pistol here as the key, we get this value. We pass in sniper as the key, we get this value. And right now we're passing in the weapon type of whichever weapon we pass in. Depending on whichever weapon we have, we're passing this in here. So we're saying if this contains this weapon type, then we're gonna say we're gonna get this value. No, we're gonna get this right here. We're gonna use it again. Right here, current ammunition map. So we're using it again. And we're gonna index the value, indexing the value from this weapon type. And so we're gonna say, so this returns this value. We're getting this value, which is right here. And we're gonna say this equals minus equals which, hold on, we're subtracting this right here. So we're subtracting this from there. So that let me just write a note. Subtract the amount of ammunition. Subtract the amount of ammunition which will be placed within the magazine of the current weapon. Like how you mix green and yellow and blue and getting green. Essentially, yeah, it's a super complicated algorithm. OpenGL handles that for me. But essentially, it just mixes the colors together. Okay. Like how you mix green and yellow and blue getting green. Oh, you're using, okay, you're using a library function. Yeah. Yep, that's what coding's about, using those library functions that the back end developers develop for the fronter end developers like us. Yeah. It sounds cool, man. So you're mixing the colors of the RGB. You're mixing the colors of the on the respective rainbow to get a rainbow effect, and then you're rendering that on the screen. Heck yeah. Oh yeah, I just subscribed to him. Wait, I don't think I did subscribe to him. I don't like subscribing to people because every time I subscribe to someone, I stop getting their videos on my feed. So I'm not subscribed to Penguin, but yeah, I do watch him. I just recently started watching him. He's a cool dude. Like in Christmas, he gave out free money like during a live stream. That was pretty sweet of him. He was just giving out free money to people. Asking, he like put out a Google form and was asking people to fill it out with their Christmas gifts requests. So good for him, man. When you're blessed like that, it's always nice to give back. That was really nice to like watch. Subtract the amount of ammunition. Yeah, yeah, he's definitely chill. Yeah, he has mellow vibes. So it's awesome, man. Being blessed and being chill, can't get more than that, you know. Not being flashy or just being down to earth, being the regular human that we are, whether you're blessed or not. If you're staying the same, regardless of whether you're blessed or not blessed, is essential. So I don't know. Of course, I don't know him personally, but just by just seeing him interact with the community, just giving out money like that. I only know another streamer that did that. He's called Trainwrecks. He's always giving out free money. Those are the only two streamers I've ever seen just give out money like that. And that's just awesome, man. And they both chill. Train is a little Trainwreck. He's a little louder, but he's still chill. So I love seeing like successful people still still behave normal, like not like a celebrity and oh, I'm better than you, or just show off their wealth with all their like whatever they have in their house or their cars or whatever. But remember that there are other humans out there and people out there struggling. So you have way more than enough that you can share like that, and you do it on stream. That's great. I forgot what I was talking about, but yep. Let's you said okay. You said pretty much, yeah. Okay, heck yeah. Nice, man. Hey, I'm glad you're being successful in the graphics programming. I'm glad it's working out for you, man. Super glad. I'm gonna get into Vulkan after I make this game. I'm started like doing some Vulkan on the side after this game's published. Alright, so we know we're subtracting amount to update current carried ammunition. So we're subtracting that, so that means I actually don't want to change it to a negative value here. I'm just gonna pass it in as the positive value because we're subtracting it. So we're saying the value here minus equals that value subtracted by this value. So after we subtract it, which is only on the server, we're going to, let's see, do I have a function for updating the current? Let's see. So I do have some functionality right here. Checking here, and we're just updating here. So we can just copy this line of code. And actually we could say this value that's in here minus equals this value that's in here. So we're updating it here. I mean, we're updating it within the map, and then we could say now this is updating what's on the screen. So we update it on the map, and then so this equals so we're updating it. So subtract the amount of the ammunition which will be placed within the magazine. Subtract the amount of ammunition which will be placed within the magazine of the current weapon from the map, right? And then here we're gonna say update the value which should be displayed on the screen, which should be displayed within the HUD, right? So we update in this value, which is going to be displayed within the HUD, and then we can copy this right here and paste it in here. And actually, I think I want to copy this as well, just to keep everything consistent. So if this is not valid, return. Else if this is valid and we're on authority, we can get in there, get inside this if check, and within this if check, yes sir. You're back. Welcome back. So if we're under authority, we already know we're under authority, but we're just gonna check anyway. If we're under authority, authoritative character, and if the character is valid and the character has authority on the server, get into this check. Then you're saying the carried map contains the current weapon that we pass in, weapon type. Then we subtract it, we get the map indexing the value at the current weapon type, and we're saying this value equals this value minus the amount that we're subtracting from it. Now we're saying, then we're updating the value that's going to be displayed on the screen, and we're saying this value that's going to be displayed on the screen equals the value that we just updated on the map, right? And then we're checking if this is valid, and no, then we're checking. I mean, we already know we're on the server. Oh no, we know we're on the server, but we have to check to make sure that we're the character being controlled by the server. If we're locally controlled, we're checking if the player controller is valid, and if it is valid, we're setting the carried ammunition on that player who's controlling the server on the HUD. We're setting the value to the correct one, and then we know that when this value changes on the server, current carried ammunition changes on the server, this is going to be called on the replicating owner. So we're checking to see if we're locally controlled, and if the player controller is valid, and then we're passing in that value that just replicated to us if we're not on the server, right? So that takes care of the weapon side. Now we need to take care of I'm sorry, that takes care of the character side. Now I need to take care of the weapon side, right? So we updated it on the character. Now we need to put this ammunition that we're reloading into the weapon. So we're gonna call current weapon reference and we're just gonna create another function within the weapon which has the same value. Update. I'm gonna call this update current weapon. Update weapon ammunition from reloading, and this is gonna take amount to reload. So I'm gonna go to the weapon class, and create a function. The combat component should be a friend class. It is, so I can put this in the private section, or protected section rather. Update weapon ammunition from reloading, and this is going to take an unsigned, I was going to take an int 32, wait, just an int, a const int reference. Let me make sure that that's what, yep, it's an integer. So in the weapon class, a const int reference, and we can go ahead and define this over here. Wait a minute, why? I don't know what it's called. Okay, I'll just leave that here because I think I'm using these from other classes other than the combat component. So I'm gonna update this ammunition, update weapon ammunition from reloading, right? So how are we gonna update this? We're gonna update it in the same way that we did in the character class, except we're doing it on the weapon. So just copy basically this. paste it here. I'm saying this is only called from the server within right here. And then instead of checking character attribute component, we're gonna check weapon attribute component. As long as that is valid, then we're gonna say casted current casted update weapon ammunition from reloading value, right? And we're gonna pass that in here. We can delete that. And what we're casting, amount to reload. Wait a minute, what did I call it over here? Just want to keep it as consistent as possible. Okay, this is what I called it. So I'm gonna update this real quick. Amount to update weapon, amount to update current weapon ammunition from reloading. Right, I'm gonna casting this to an unsigned integer 32 bits. We're accessing the weapon attribute component, and we're passing this in, and we're gonna call this update weapon ammunition from reloading. So within the weapon attribute component, we need to declare this function type. And we can fully qualify it. Here. Wait, this is the weapon class. So what did I just do? Yikes. I'm calling it here. I'm declaring it here. So then, yikes, I'm gonna copy it. Hey, EasyR dev. Hey, thanks for stopping by, man. A woman. Yeah, have fun and just stick to it. And blessings on your game development journey. So we passing this in, but except it needs to be an unsigned int 32.
Would you love me if I wasn't beautiful? If I was deformed?
Yeah, yeah. Make sure to always pray for sure. Yeah, definitely. We always need help. knows need to stay sane and ask for help from the Almighty. Yeah, Jesus Christ is great. Yes, sir. Amount to update current weapon ammunition from reloading. So we're passing that in here. And I think I wrote, yeah, this should not be here. So, because I already have it up here. I think that's what confused me. Need to move this over here. My screen is kind of blocked on the top right, so I need to move this over here because I can't see anything up here because it's blocked on my monitor. I have something like this blocking it right here. I can't see from right here. So like right here, I can't see. So we're passing this in here, and then within the weapon attributes component, we're going to update the ammunition. Right. So we're gonna say ammunition equals, and this is only called from the server. So just to be sure, we could say if the weapon is valid and weapon has authority, oh yikes, this is what I meant to say. So if we are on the authoritative weapon, then we can say ammunition plus equals, no, ammunition equals a clamp and what we want to clamp is ammunition plus this, and we're clamping it between 0 and the magazine capacity. So we're setting the ammunition here, and we know when this, I think this is replicated, just to make sure it is replicated. So once it gets set on the server, it's gonna update. This is gonna be, I can't speak right now. This is gonna be called on the client, on the owning client, or rather on every client. But within this function, we are making sure that we're locally controlled. So this is only going to update on the locally controlled character. So we can call this here as well, because this is the server. So this this updates the HUD on the server if you're playing on the server, and then when this changes on the server, and we can just go ahead and put in a note right? Because right here, let's put in this note right here. This is only called from a server from within. I think, yeah. So we're changing it on the server. We're updating the HUD on the server. This is gonna replicate to all clients. And then whichever client has the weapon equipped, we're going to update the HUD on their end as well. If you're not on the server. Because this is only for the server. Okay. And I think that's it. And that should take care of reloading. Of course, this is not going to. Okay, so let me just. I want to actually update set HUD. Actually, I can't. I wanted to have these already initialized and begin play, but it's not. It can't work that way because this is a weapon, and weapons are going to be dropped and picked up throughout the game. So you're always going to have a new character that's owning the weapon, right? And in result, a new controller is always going to be owning the weapon. Is always going to be controlling the character that's owning the weapon. So we always have, if this is not valid, we're using the ternary operator to cast to get owner in case the owner is null pointer, because if the weapon is dropped, this is going to be set to null. Top 10 stutters. Is it it's glitching? We're using the ternary operator to get. Is it stuttering on your end? I don't see anything drop. I don't see any drop packages. Sorry about that. Thanks. So let's go ahead and minimize this. And let's just minimize everything that we're not using. Oh, one of my stutters before. Yikes. Yeah, I'm not even aware because it doesn't let me. It doesn't show that I'm stuttering. Unless you're talking about my speaking. Am I like stuttering when I'm? You talking about like how I speak, or are you talking about the live stream lagging? I hope I don't stutter when I speak. I don't think I stutter. I don't see any drop packages here. So I wouldn't even know if it's stuttering. Oh man. Okay. I was stuttering. I have to rewatch this live stream. I'm gonna definitely gosh. I have to hear that because I didn't know I stuttered. So I'm gonna definitely watch this one when we're finished to see what the heck I was talking about when I was stuttering. Sheesh. actually all right, so we got the server, we got the reload functionality down. Now we need to gosh, hold on now. Yeah, yeah, I want to hear it. Yeah. Oh, I know what you're saying. When I said I don't know how to speak right now. Yeah, I just had another one of those moments. I know what you're talking about now. Gosh. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens when you don't talk a lot. You forget how to speak. Yeah. When you don't when you I just saw a video yesterday that was let me see if I can pull it up because it was talking about just the thing that you mentioned. Um I just want to show you the name. Um right here. Going retarded from not socializing. I was looking at the comments in there, and the guys that were commenting were they were talking about if I just like if I pull it up real quick, man, like like right here. Um like it's like these comments, like some of them relate to me, man, like because I don't talk a lot, because I don't speak a lot, like I mostly stay to myself here, right? So when I do speak, it's like sometimes I forget how to speak. My gosh. But yeah. It is what it is, man. Like, oh man. That's that's life for you, right? Sometimes you just forget how to speak. I forgot what I was, oh yeah, I was gonna create a gameplay tag. Yeah, I always go to the comment sections within videos to like get a good laugh or just to see what other people are thinking, man. And most of the time I'm not disappointed. I end up laughing in my I end up laughing out, like it uplifts my spirit sometimes, like just reading the comments. Like that one guy said he turned into a Japanese person. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about, man? What the heck do you turn into a Japanese person? I know it's just a joke, but when you need to be uplifted, man, you're thankful for anything that uplifts you. And I'm thankful for the comment sections. Sometimes it's just a great place to just go and get a great laugh. Heck yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Let's create that gameplay tag for the reloading. Um, Yikes. I don't want to lose my train of thought too much, cause, but yeah. All right. Where's the header file for the gameplay tags? It should be right. No, this is the private section. It should be over here. under intermediaries, right here. Okay, so we're gonna create a gameplay tag for reloading. Character action, and this is gonna be reloading. Character action, reload, current weapon. And weapons, and then we're gonna define this gameplay tag here. And I really want to just check this out and make sure it works. Character action, reload, current weapon. Okay. Let me just copy this actually, so I can minimize this again and make everything nice and neat and compact. And then we're gonna set combat action to this gameplay tag right here. Reloading. We could put a note here, and this will enable the server to update the ammunition on the respective character and weapon. Okay. So go right here. We're gonna have to create a new action, and let's just copy. Let's copy this right here. And we're going to copy these lines of code. Just checking if a current weapon is valid and getting the weapon type, turning that into converting that into a F name. Then we're passing this in. Montage section. Hit target does not. This does not need to be. We don't need this right here. So should we just I think this needs to be passed in, because we don't want to pass in, you don't want to send data over the network if it's not needed. So I'm gonna pass in a 0 vector. Montage section, passing that in. Character section, we're passing that in. And then let's go to the server, and we're setting the combat action. We're saying if the character action equals this, and we can go over here and see what we're doing. We're just playing the montage, so that's all we're gonna do. All we need to do is play a montage, but we don't need to check if current weapon is valid again, because we're not using the current weapon. So we could just actually, we do need this right here, because we'll be able to reload when we're in cover as well as when we're not in cover. So we can copy that to here. And character state combat and character state cover aim. I don't know if like if I want to enable my characters to, if I want to enable players to reload, like for example, right now I'm in cover, right? Do I want the players to be, let me switch weapons. Do I want the players to be able to reload with like when they're aiming like this without going back down? So right here, should I be able to aim when they're like this or what, or not? What do you think, Audio Torres? I was just thinking that this should only reload when they're like in cover like this, but not when they step out to cover aim. YouTube comments know how to cook. Heck yeah. For sure, man. Hell yeah. I love it. Yes, you're definitely right. Yeah, maybe I'll just, I don't know. You think it only makes sense to only reload and cover? Yeah. Oh, what the hell? That was a bug. I just exited cover when, like, how did I do that? I switched weapons and I did something to exit out of cover. I don't know what I did. I gotta figure out what I did. I'll rewatch the live stream. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to take like a month just to like fix these bugs. So after I finish this combat system and I get the dedicated server set up, before I start working on the environment, I'm just gonna polish this, what I have so far, get rid of most of the bugs that are prevalent before moving on to environment designing. And then once the environment is designed, I can then work on the game modes and then the game's ready. I already have the characters in mind. And yeah, the main menu and all that stuff those are the not so hard parts. Weapon customizations and all that crap. Rankings and leaderboards. Alright. Realism or fast paced? Well, I want both. I want a little bit of both. Like, I want realism, but at the same time, I want it to be fun. I don't want it to be like super real. I mean, I want it to be pretty real that you'll be punished if you make a mistake. So I want you to be able to die really easily if you make a mistake. And that's why I have the fast movement, right? So that if you're getting shot at from the unknown, you can easily take cover and, you know, get away really fast. And I'm gonna implement rolling when you have weapons as well. So I want it to be real, but also have a real fast-paced but tactical vibe to it. So fast paced, when you're moving around, you're moving pretty fast. But when you get into the combat, all right, now you're in tactical mode, right? And but then once you disarm your character, or now you're moving fast, right? Now you're on the run. You know, doing your actions and doing what needs to be done, and then oh, somebody's shooting at you. You get into combat, right? Get your weapon out and take care of business. You know. So microtransactions. I think that's for I'm just one guy, so I don't think so. And also that's a lot to like take care of on the back end. There's a lot to maintain and take care of, so I don't, definitely not. If the game, well, I'm confident that it'll be successful, but if if players want that kind of stuff once the game is released, then I'll be glad to get some help to implement that stuff, like microtransactions and season passes and whatnot. But for now, I'm just working on a multiplayer game with some nice characters, nice movement, nice gameplay mechanics, nice environments, nice music, nice audio, and that's it. And a nice leaderboard system, nice friend system, that kind of core functionality for online, dedicated server, and I think that's pretty realistic for one guy to do on his own, considering that there's a lot of assets that I could just get from Fab, right? So like weapon assets, sound assets, all those high quality assets, animations they already made, and I could just use them, and all I have to worry about is the coding, the programming side. So yeah, all microtransaction is way out of the scope right now. I don't even know what I'll be trying to sell, to tell you the truth. So I didn't even think about that. So, but now that you mention it, it's definitely not gonna be. It's definitely nowhere in the plan for right now. All right, so I'm not gonna implement aiming while you're aiming, while in cover. You're gonna have to be fully in cover to aim. You personally don't like microtransactions? Yeah. I don't mind them if they're cool, but like trashy like skins, and if it's not adding to the functionality of the game, changing gameplay or something, I'm not really into them like that. Unless it's just a really cool skin that I really want. But all the like season passes with currencies and all this extra stuff, weapon skins and whatnot, I'm not a fan of it. I'm already paying to play the game. Like, I'm not gonna pay you more money just to look a certain way on a character that I most likely won't be seeing if it's first person for 90% of the gameplay, 95% of the gameplay, unless there's like a specific like animation that plays that takes you out of first person so you can see your full character, you know. And for weapon skins, it goes, same thing applies, except you can see your weapon, but it's just a skin. I really don't care about that. Just a texture map. But now, if you can design your own texture, that would be cool. If that was something that you could buy, like a you could buy something to enable the players to you could sell something to enable your players to customize their own weapon skin. That'll be a nice microtransaction. Like you buy like a pack with like skins and like a converter or some stuff that you can convert or combine different textures into your weapon. That's something nice. And then like if you pick up somebody else's weapon who you killed and you like their skin texture, it allows you like to save their skin texture onto your system, and then you can use it on your own weapon. That's pretty dope. Those are the kind of microtransactions that I support. But the ones that are out right now are pretty trash. Alright, so combat state and combat state cover. That's the only time we're gonna be able to reload. And let's create a this is gonna be reload weapon. Wait, what's the name of the reload current weapon? So reload current weapon, and this will be reload current weapon. I'm gonna call this cover reload current weapon, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and call these reload current weapon and cover reload current weapon. Personally, I don't like transactions that make the game completely unbeatable unless you give them money. Oh, like pay to play? Oh wait, hold on. Personally, I don't like transactions that make the game completely unbeatable unless you give them money. Man, I never experienced that. Sheesh, what kind of game? What game is that? It's really hard to beat unless you purchase like a DLC. I've never experienced that. I experienced lots of games where it's pay to play. I mean, pay to win. So like you buy something and then all of a sudden you're buffed up online and you're strong as heck. Pay to win? I think I meant to say pay to win, but I said pay to play. I think you also mean pay to win, right? All right. Let me go ahead and rebuild the project so that I can implement the animations. Reload animations. Yeah. It's all good. Pay to win. Yeah, me too. That's what I meant. I said pay to play. Yeah, man. I hate pay to play. I mean, pay to win. You're basically just buying buffs online. Paying money to get steroids to make your character or whatever your abilities supercharged. I hate that. I think it should all be based on skill and skill alone, and everyone's character and functionality within the game should be exactly the same, and the only difference is skills. So the more time you spend playing the game, the better you get, the more you win. So yeah, I'm definitely with you on that, man. I'm definitely with you on that. So yeah, we're staying away from that. And this, I know players hate that. A lot of players hate that crap. But what can you do these days with all the hackers and especially in Call of Duty, all the hackers that are already there? All you can do is do everything possible to make sure that you're doing your best to not get beat on, you know? And if you have to pay for that, then so be it. But yeah, my game's not gonna be like that. No pay to win. Okay, so data assets. Let's create a new folder called reloading. We're gonna copy this in here. We're gonna create a new folder in here called and cover, and another one called non-cover. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna do non-cover first. We're gonna call this let's see. Call this reload current weapon. Data asset. Reload current weapon. And this one's going to be called data asset cover reload current weapon. And I'm going to go ahead and open up the character class and implement, or rather set these variables. But then, oh, I didn't do the, oh yeah, that's right. So for the death action, when we're walking and running, I'm gonna implement these later. Oh, rather just put the animations later, right? Already know the death works. So reloading current animation. So let's do cover. This is for cover. Cover reload current weapon. And non-cover reload current weapon, right? So that's done with the current character class. I'm sure pay-to-play games exist too. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I know they exist. What's an example of pay-to-play? Bro, I know there's examples out there. I mean, just at the base, if you go to the base level, pretty much every game on console is pay-to-play. If it's online, as long as we're talking about online, right? Because you have to pay for PlayStation Plus, and you have to pay for the Xbox subscription to play online. So at the base level, it's pay-to-play already. Now when we're talking about I never heard of Splatoon. I never heard of that one. Splatoon?
What color?
Never heard of that game. What is that about? I mean, if you want to go to the base level, every game is already pay to play because you have to pay it to play it. You have to pay to get it, right? Unless you torrent it. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm not trying to be like confusing or anything. I know you're talking about like well actually, yeah. Pay to play is pretty much every game. No, not every game is pay to play. There's some free games out there. Like that new Marvel Rivals or whatever it's called. That's free. So that's not pay to play. But then they have the pay to win. Wait, no. I don't know if they have play to win. Oh, pay to win. I never played it. So that one's not pay to play. But they do have the microtransactions, and I'm not sure if those transactions buff your characters and get you stronger and whatnot. Okay, it's a shooter game. So when we're reloading the when we're reloading and we're not, and I need to create a new state when we're reloading. Okay. So character state reloading. And I'll check out Splatoon once I implement this reloading. Character state reloading, right? So we have the character state. Now we have to let's go to the combat component, set combat state. Wait, no. Attributes. I meant to go to the attributes, and let's go ahead and define, or rather set what happens when we're in this state. Character state reloading. And I actually want to put this under, this is aiming, where's firing? I don't think I have one. Oh well, I don't have one for firing, which makes sense because firing is just under combat. So character state reloading, collision. I want the collision to be just, everything needs to be the same as combat. The only difference is we're reloading. So when we're in this state, then we're not doing anything but reloading. So that's why it has its own state. And of course I'm gonna need one for cover reloading, right? Let me go ahead and finish building, or finish the live build, live coding. Character state cover reloading, and we can go ahead and copy this. And let me do it here first. Character state cover reloading. Copy this and paste it here. Okay. Go ahead and live code again. Having to pay more money to play it despite buying the game. A lot of online game. Yeah, it's kind of okay. Was that my stream or yours? What happened? I don't understand. You're asking, was that my stream or yours? What are you asking? What, did it hiccup or something? Did it stutter? Hey Slizzard, how you doing? Um, give me one moment, Slizzard. Let me just make sure everything looks alright before. I just don't want to lose my train of thought and train of focus before I look away from here. Thing looks fine so far. Oh right, I didn't implement it in the server. Yikes, I forgot to do that. Set combat attributes. I need to put, and this needs to be put in the server as well as, so the server needs to know about this as well as the replicating clients. So server set combat state. So the server needs to know about this. And when it replicates, all the clients need to know about this state as well. And I need to update these variables to say character state, because character state is the variable that's replicating, right? So I didn't touch any of these classes today. I touched this class, but I minimized everything. And gameplay tags, I just updated those and I minimized them. So I think this is the last update for reloading before I can implement the animations. Let me just make sure I get a successful compilation. All right, there we go. Good. All right, let's see what you're asking. Slizzard, what's up, man? Oh, Torres says you thought you got a stream notification. It wasn't me. There's nothing on my end that shows anything. Slizzard. F rotator, control rotation equals F rotator, 0 rotator. Okay, that means you're initializing or you're setting that variable called control rotation. You're setting that variable. Let me see if I could. Probably help if I could show it to you like here. So you're setting this variable. There's a variable called CTR rotation, and I'm assuming that means control rotation. And you're setting that to equal an F rotator with a value of 0 in all the components. So that just means that this, let me just copy this real quick. This variable that you have, control rotation, is getting equal, it's being set to this. Right? It's just setting this this rotation here to equal this. And this is just like when you look at this is I think this is the yaw. Let's see. Instead of guessing, let's just look at it. So this first value, the first 0 is the pitch, the second one is the yaw, and the third one is the roll. and I hope you know what that means. If you don't, you can just search it up. Right here. See, so the yaw is like if a plane is turning on this axis right here, the roll. You can also think of this as like a steering wheel, right? If you're holding a steering wheel, when you're steering the steering wheel, you're rolling it. Or rather, think of your body, right? So you're sitting down. No, a steering wheel is good. Think of like the steering wheel on the. I don't know if a plane has a steering wheel or not. It doesn't have a steering wheel, but it has like a one of those steering things that you can pull on and push on and also turn. So like if you're turning that like a steering wheel, you're rolling it. If you're pulling on it, so like you want the plane to go up, you're pulling on that steering thing, the steering controller on the plane. You're using the pitch. If you're pushing on it to make the plane go down, that's also pitch. And then like if you're sitting on a desk chair that you're able to like rotate on, like one of those chairs that has wheels on it that you can rotate on, like spin, that's the yaw. So that's the best way I can explain it. And this is just setting this variable to equal 0 on all of those components, right? So the pitch is 0, the yaw is 0, and the roll is 0. That's what that means. So you're just setting everything to not have any value, right? Okay. So reloading non-cover. Let's create an animation montage. Yeah, no problem, man. And we're gonna use the skeleton that we have, and we're gonna call this reload current weapon. And let's put the state, the end state of when we're reloading is gonna be character state. Should say reloading, right? Here it is. Character state reloading, and when we're finished, we're gonna go to character state combat. Now when I add prone, so like when the character is able to lay down and stuff, I'm gonna have to add more states, so it'll be like character state prone reloading and so on. But right now I just have cover and non-cover. So this is character state cover reloading, and when we're finished reloading and cover, we'll go to character state cover, right? Which means I have to update the code again because I forgot to. No, I didn't. I did. I included the cover. All right, so yikes, what is that? I pressed something and it opened. I don't know what that is. All right, so non-cover reload current weapon. So we're gonna reload the current weapon using this montage, right? Let's go ahead and open this montage, and we're gonna use the slot name is gonna be the weapon slot. And let's fix this up so it blends in and out nice and smooth. And I know I'm gonna need the enumerations for the weapon type. Or did I? Let me make sure. When we're reloading, weapon type, we're getting the weapon type, and we're putting that into a F name. So what needs to happen is we need to get, what is this? All right, we can, I think this uses the Yep, this using the weapon types as well. So we can copy this. So for the reloading the pistol, let's copy. We need to open this up. And let's go look at the animations for the pistol. Audio Torres, thanks man. But yeah, I wish I knew my stuff. I'm always just learning. So I'm happy I was able to answer this Sliz's question. I may not that's not always gonna be the case. I may not be able to answer I definitely know I won't be able to answer questions in the future. The more people ask questions, because I don't know everything, right? But I'm glad I was able to answer his question. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I gotta stay busy, you know. Gotta stay. God gave us a brain, so it's an insult to not use it, right? And try to better ourselves in whichever way we deem fit, whichever way we're blessed in. Then gotta dive deep into it and learn as much as possible, right? So I'm glad that I'm able to learn. It's definitely it's a blessing for sure. It definitely helps you to stay busy. So let's do the pistol first. Of course, there's some nice animation packs that I want to purchase, but I don't know if I want to. Host and fire in place. Does this have reload? I don't know. Okay, I could use this. It's pretty basic, but it does the job. So I'm just gonna drag this in here. And cover reloading. Wait. There was another I'm tripping, or am I tripping, man? Combat system, data assets, weapon actions. Reloading should be in. Wait, I'm gonna call this fire reloading. I'm gonna copy this, right? Because this is for the pistol, and I'm gonna have to add another section for like pistols that aren't this powerful, because this pistol is pretty. That's like a Desert Eagle, but there's small pistols that don't give you that much recoil, right? So we go to, let's create a new montage section, call it pistol, and we can delete this default one, and let's rename this pistol one to this. So this is reloading for the pistol, and I'm gonna just add one more for the sniper. For the sniper, Where do I go for the sniper? Should be under. Hopefully I have a sniper animation. Let's see. I'm definitely gonna have to get better animations. But for right now, this will have to do. You know, like. That's another thing about developing a game. It gets costly really fast, because you want to make it the best way you can, but you just, unless you spend money, you can't make it as polished as you want. So you have to get like specialized animations, and the animations is like the most. I can animate myself, but that's gonna take too long, man. And there already like specialized animations out there that I could use, but I have to spend money to get them, right? So that's another thing with game development. If you don't spend money, then I'm gonna use this one right here. And let's create a new montage section and call this sniper. And I'm gonna go over here and copy this name. And I'm gonna clear. So I have the reload for the pistol, and I have reload for sniper. But this is like an assault rifle, right? But for right now, I'll just use this one for the pistol and the assault rifle. And then I'm gonna copy this in here just for now. I'll polish this later. So like when we're in cover, instead of using like standing animations, we'll use crouching ones, right? But for right now, this will work, and I think I could test it out. So here's the moment of truth. Let's try with 2 clients and a server. So where's, make sure everybody is on the screen and everybody's visible. Let's try first on the server. So we have our sniper out, right? We shoot. Now we have to reload. Oh, right. I didn't set the input action for reloading. I forgot to do that. Intermediaries. Input actions. Combat. And we need one for input action reloading. And then gotta add an input mapping context, and we'll use the reloading input action that we just created, and we're gonna use the R button. So when we press R, this is going to be called. But since we're using this character, which is derived from this class, this function is going to be called. and then we'll start reloading. Right. So let's go to the character class and register those input actions. That input action that we just created. And right here. So when we press R, it's going to use that input action. And now for the moment of truth. The moment of truth. Let's do this. Okay. Okay, let's do first the server. Okay, so we fire the weapon. What the? Okay, so we fire the weapon. Boom. Let's reload. And nothing happens. And then we just try the client. I don't think it's gonna work because I missed something. Wait, let me fire. Okay. Fire. Did I miss something in the reload? Using the weapon sections, weapon slot. Let's go back to the code and see what I missed. I know I missed something small. So fastest way to debug this. We're gonna just print something. And I'm confident this is gonna take less. It's not gonna take a long time. And let's go and get just one player. And then fire. Press R. It's getting called. Okay, so it's getting called here. We're calling combat reloading. Oh, combat reload weapon. So let's go to this function. And reload weapon. Saying if character state does not equal character state combat, or character state does not equal character state cover, or current weapon is not valid, return. I think this is the lot. I think the problem is right here. So let me print it right here. If I see an exclamation mark, the logic is messed up right here. Okay, the logic is, oh, it is okay. So that's where the problem is. It's never calling this. This is here. So what I'm gonna do is say if character state equals combat, or character state equals cover, and this is valid. So I'll put this in quotation marks. I mean in parentheses. So if character state equals combat, or character state equals cover, and the current weapon is valid, only then do we reload the weapon. Right. And now for the moment of truth. Again, let's get 3 players out. But actually, I don't even want to reload the weapon I know this is gonna work, but I don't want to reload the weapon if we don't have any room in the magazine, right? Because right here, there's we're gonna play the reload animation, but there's no room to put any more bullets in. So no bullets are nothing's gonna change over in the HUD, and no ammunition is gonna be transferred over to the weapon from the character. But we're still gonna play the animation. So before doing that, I'm gonna put another check to make sure that we have room to even put the ammunition in the weapon, right? Hey, Chin, how you doing? Hope everything's going well with you. If total bullets is greater than 0, yeah, something like that. But I don't have a total bullets variable. My bullets they're like held in different places, right? So like my character's bullets, the bullets for the bullets that the character has, which is this bottom value right here that says 28. The bullets that the character has within its inventory is held within this a map, which is held in a component that's on the character. And then the bullet that's right here on the top that says 7, the bullet that's inside the magazine of the respective weapon is held within a component that exists only on the weapon that the character is holding, right? So like ammunition right here and magazine capacity, these are within a component that exists on the weapon, on each weapon. So you like transferring the bullets from the character to the weapon, and once you fire, you use the weapon, the ammunition that's on the component on the weapon, and then when you reload, you take more bullets from the character and you put it in that component on the weapon, and the weapon uses the component to get the bullets. So think of the component as the magazine, right? It's just a way to think about it. But yeah, so I don't have a total bullets variable. The way I'm gonna calculate this is by, I'm gonna say, and current weapon. Let's see what variables I have that I could use. So I have get magazine capacity and get ammunition. I could say if ammunition is less than get magazine capacity, which means that we have less bullets in our mag, that we have less ammunition than our magazine capacity can hold, which means that we can reload. So that's what we're gonna do. Oh yeah, I'm glad it makes sense, man. Heck yeah. Combat component. So if this current weapon is valid and current weapon get ammunition is less than get magazine capacity, that means we have room to reload, right? And I'm gonna put this in quotation marks. Not quotation marks, parentheses. Okay, only then will we reload. So let's do a live coding again. And reload. So I shouldn't be able to reload now. Pressing R, nothing's happening. I shoot once. Press R. It reloads, but the animation doesn't play. But it does reload. So why isn't the animation not playing? Let's see. Reload current weapon. I'm using the weapons. Oh, I know why. I didn't update the animation blueprint to include the new states that I just added. So we go to the animation blueprint. And let's go to need to add the new state. So we need to add so we just added these two new states to combat, right? So all these states right here only deal with this layer. That this is for when we have a weapon equipped, right? And these states deal with that. So we need to put the new states that we just added, which are reloading and cover reloading. And once we get in, let's just copy these two. So that's gonna enable us to go in here, and the montage is gonna play. And when we're reloading, then I don't want fabric to be enabled. I don't think fabric will be enabled. Let's see. So when we're reloading, this fabric is being used. Fabric is, I'll show it to you real quick. Fabric is what's putting our hand, well, alright, that's a bad example because let's switch weapons. If I aim, then I exit out of the unpossess the character camera. Fabric is what's putting our hand on this position on the weapon, right? Fabric is putting it here. I can show it to you if I could find. Let's go to weapons, blueprints. Right here. So I'll open up this real quick and I'll put this on this screen so you guys can see. Right, so crap. Alright, so you see fabric is using this socket that I created, and I have to aim again. So you see that if I move this socket, crap. Anyway, if I move this socket, I can control the arm, right? I get to control the arm using fabric. So it's pretty nice. and I don't want to save that, so I don't want to save. And it just crashed on me, which is great. Crap. Let me just go ahead and rebuild this. Could you please explain what the DA reload current is for, sir? I just joined 10 minutes ago. Data asset reload current. Oh, yeah, sure. So that DA stands for data asset. So right here. So this is a component. The combat component exists within the character class, right? And within the combat component, I'm holding data assets, which are, it'll be easier to show it to you within the engine, but I'm holding classes that are derived from the data asset, primary data asset class. So if we go over here to if we go to I think I put it under the combat system. Yep. So this data asset is let me pull it up again. So right here, right, this data asset is this class right here, right? And this class derives from this primary data asset class. So I just created a class that derives from primary data asset, and I created these inputs for the montages and whatever else that needs to be in the data asset. So for example, it holds a montage. It holds like a state that you put your character in when the montage starts playing. It holds a state that you put the character in when the montage finishes. If your montage uses motion warping, it takes in the motion warping targets, the names, right? So like if your montage uses like motion warping takes a name, right? Warp target name. So whatever name you put here, you'll have to put here. And if you put another motion warping target, if you add another one, the second one, you'll have to update that one, the name there, and then do the same thing. Update the name here, and so on. And then of course these values here, X, Y, Z, there's multiple X, Y's, and Z's. The first set of X, Y's, and Z's use the first motion warping name, right? And these offset the character by the value you put to the motion warping target. And of course the motion warping target is calculated in the code within either this class or like this class, which moves with the movement. So you calculate where you want to move your character to, and then you offset it based on that location that you calculate. You offset it with these values, and then these warp targets use these values to offset the character within the code, right? So when you play your montage, you're offsetting the character, you're getting the value to offset the character in right here, and you're updating it based off of the values you put here. So this is just a data structure that holds information that you can use for a specific purpose. So you can use this like a data asset to implement weapon customizations, character customizations, you know, anything that takes a lot of different variables to change one thing. You can use a data structure like a data table or data asset to do that for you. So what was I doing? Let me just exit out again because I don't want to save anything. And I see. So it's all the data that the component needs to interact. But how do you swap it out? Like from reload to pistol maybe. How do I swap it out? I think I know what you're asking. I don't swap them out. They exist on the component that's using them. So they exist like right here. This is where they're stored. And I use them. I call them in code. And I use them. I call them in code using pointers, you see? So like this one right here, cover reloading, is this one right here. And I just call which one I need to use, and I use it. Alright, so hopefully that answers your question. But alright, so we know the reloading is gonna work, but it's gonna work, but I need to disable fabric. Oh, I could do this in code. I could disable this in code, right? And what about the aiming? How is this? Initialize cover, state cover. Okay, and these are, wait. Cover aiming. Wait, so if initialize cover, switch up, blah, 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 whatever. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. If the character state equals initialize cover, if it equals initialize cover, and if it equals cover, switching weapon, cover aiming, initialize cover aiming, and cover aiming, then we're gonna use this, and we're gonna armed right hand. Then we're gonna update the armed right hand. So this is only when we're aiming. If it equals and this we're using this here. So to use this one, we can check if it's not locally controlled. I mean, if it's locally controlled, if the character is aiming. Okay, so this is taken care of already. We have to be aiming. So for fabric, which is right here, we need to update this boolean, which is going to be updated here within the function calculate left hand IK transform, right? And we can check current weapon mesh. You can also check, and because we don't want to do this when we're reloading, right? And character state does not equal, and let's put this in parentheses, F gameplay tag, or rather, instead of doing all this, because instead of putting the gameplay tags, we know that when we start reloading right here, we set this to true, and this gets set to false within right here. So when the animation is blending out, this gets set to false only when the animation is finished playing. So we can say, and this is false. Only if this is false and these two and all these other checks pass, then we can calculate the left hand transform. So otherwise, I don't want the left hand transform to be calculated. So let's go ahead and do that. You might need weapon specific data, right? Like one for rifle, one for pistol, etc. No, not really. You can use you could just use one for, it depends how you code your, it depends how you code your game. You can use one for each weapon, but so that's something like similar to what I did here. My speech. Yeah, my speech, man, like I need help. It's going full retarded, man. Sheesh. So like right here, this I did one for like you see, so like each animation has its own like data asset, and this is like if you're using one for each weapon, it's gonna really bloat your system, right? Because look at all these data assets for each animation. Like it's too much. If you do want, I mean, you can, but if you can find a way to like to implement more than one into one data asset. So like for reloading, I have a state for when I'm reloading. Right now like for when I'm reloading when I'm not in cover, and then when I'm in cover, and then when I implement like when I'm prone or crouching. Well, crouching will use not in cover, but when I'm prone, laying down, that'll have its own like data asset, because it's a different state, right? It's a different state that the character's in. The character will be prone. Right now the character is just standing. This standing and idle, standing and crouching is like the same state. Prone will be a different state. Cover is a different state, and so on, right? So it'll help if you can make one for each state and just implement your animations that way. Alright, so let's try reloading. Moment of truth, I fire. And let me pay attention. I really want to see. So I'm gonna look at it. I'm looking at the screen on the top left, right? I fire. Press R. And it reloads and everything on the top right. It updates, right? Of course I need better animations, but for right now it works. That's the server. Let's try client. I'm looking at the top right, top left screen. Looking at the top left screen and the bottom left screen. So I'm looking at the HUD right here to make sure this updates correctly, and I'm looking at the animation to make sure the right animation is playing. And this should update when the animation is finished. You're not sidetracking me, man. Or woman, just ask away, and I'll answer to the best of my ability. So I fire, I press reload, and it updates. Press reload. Okay, so it works. Everything's replicated, and a success. It's a success. Yes, success. And then if so this gun has 7 bullets in it. If I get this one at the top left, and let's kill this character. Actually, let's kill it with this gun. So I'm gonna shoot first. This gun has it didn't switch my that's a glitch that I have to fix, but anyway, this gun has three bullets in it. Now it's gonna have 2 bullets in it after I kill this character. Right now I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna pick up the pistol that this character just dropped. I picked up one of the grenades. Picked up the sniper. Now I picked up its sniper. Oh, its pistol, right? So now I have its pistol, which has 7 bullets. Now I'm gonna fire this pistol on the top left, and I don't want this to change, right? This value should not change, because that means that the transfer of ownership didn't happen correctly, right? This, I just picked it up and this one dropped it, so this one shouldn't be the owner of the one that I have equipped right now, because now I'm the owner. So if I fire it, it doesn't update. That works fine. And so that's client to client. If I kill the server, the server's tripping out. I don't know what the client server is doing. Something's going on over there. So I kill the server, and the server had 7 bullets. So let's go over here and pick up the where is it? It's right here. Oh gosh, come on. Keep picking up. Wait, did I just pick it up? I picked it up. Alright. Now I have the server's gun, and oh, well, it updated on the server. It doesn't update on the clients, so when the server drops the weapon, it updates, because it doesn't have its weapon anymore. On the clients, it doesn't update because I didn't implement that yet. But as we saw, it still works. It's just I didn't update the numerical value to 0, but it updates on the server. And if I fire, it works. I unequip and I go pick up one of these weapons. I have no ammo. I pick up one. Okay, so I think that was a bug. Okay, so when I pick up a weapon, I need to also update the numerical value. But so far, I think everything works. So right now, that has 3. I go pick this one up. That has, oh, so it does update. That must have been a bug for some reason. I have a sniper. And I go pick up one from the world. It updates on the client. Let's go with the server. And pick this one up. And it's 1. Okay, so it worked. So I don't know what was happening the last time I did this. And if we equip the pistol and we shoot, let's take it to 0. And unequip the gun. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run over here and pick this one up. And I equip the pistol, and it has 7. So that worked. And let's do it one last time with a client. So I'm gonna equip a sniper, fire it, unequip it, pick up the sniper, and equip the sniper, and it has 1. Okay, so it works well. Everything works as intended. The last thing I wanna polish up to. Oh, I didn't do cover aiming. Let's check out cover aiming. Oh, cover reload. So okay, so we shoot, go back and cover, reload. Okay, so that I need to fix that because it shouldn't stand up, but it works. Hold on. Character stick cover reloading, character stick cover. So for character state, cover aiming, right here. I need to put it right here. So I can go ahead and right here, put it right here, and put it right here. Character state, cover, reloading, and let's just. Oh, looks like it's another bug. Infinite bugs. I might have to definitely take a month just to fix the bugs. But we kill this character. And let's reload. And it still stands up for some reason. So let's see. Character state cover reloading. Let's debug this and see. Let's find out and see why the character's standing up. Right now I'm right here. I shoot. Wait a minute. Then I reload. Doesn't change, but it needs to go. It needs to go down here. Oh, I put this in the wrong one. Okay. Needs to be right here, I believe. Right. And I think this will work. Nope. Interesting. Where is it breaking? Okay, it does go over there. So it does come over here. Okay, now I need to fix it. I need to go up here. So ground speed is equal to 0. Character state. So it needs to go up here. The character state is equal to combat. If we're not moving and the character state is equal to combat, we're going up here. No, wait. We're going down here. So I need to copy this. And it should work now. So let's fire. Okay, it is going to the upper body. Let's see. Heavy armed. Let's go right here. Okay, so this cover. If I if I put it here, it's gonna go to this cache pose. And I don't think I want that to happen because I don't think the animation is gonna play if it goes to here. So if we fire, oh, all right, it works. But there's another problem. It's not really a problem, but it is because now the switching weapon doesn't work. I mean switching sides, right? So I reload. Now it doesn't switch to cover sides. So what state am I in now? says I'm in cover. Sugar honey. I don't think it's setting the state, man. Um, Cover is setting it character state cover. Setting it back to cover. It's going to cover, reloading, then it's setting it back to cover. Your animation blueprint is so confusing. It's using motion matching. I've never seen anything like it. Oh man, yikes. Yeah, sorry it's confusing. It's just a lot of states and interactions that I'm trying not to make it confusing even for me. That's why I put these notes, right? So I don't confuse myself. I know what each is doing. But and for these are just because I have a lot of states of the game, right? Like, the more mechanics you have, the more states you have to implement, which means you need to put more limitations and checks, validations to make sure that you're going in the right state. So that's the only reason why it looks so confusing. It's really not that bad, but it can. I understand what you're saying. It can look confusing because you didn't build it right, so you're like, what the heck is going on here? But it's not using motion matching. It's this is just regular. It's using the Lyra like template. Not template. It's using the same, like, if you look at the Lyra project, I'm kind of using that same, like, that same logic. So like, alright, that's only for like here. So only for like when we're in combat. Only for when we're like equipped with a weapon, like standing up, running around equipped with a weapon. If you look at the Lyra project, I'm using, like, it's using, Lyra uses layers, right? So like, it's using a layer, and those layers, like, all the animations exist within those layers. So like, I have different layers for like each weapon. So like pistols, assault rifles, etc. has different, like, blueprints. These are like children blueprints, and these are like all the other weapons I want to implement. And then within these children blueprints, they're like, I have variables in my code that, so like, you can, like, you implement an animation, right, or blend space or whatever within these children blueprints. You implement the respective animation, right? And then within code, within the C++, like, you tell it, so you say, like, when you switch to your weapon, when you press the button to, like, to equip a weapon or whatever, you tell the server that you're switching the weapon, and then server switch to primary weapon, and then this calls the multicast RPC. And then of course we set the, like, the speed of the character and everything using a map, which, for, I don't want to confuse you too much. Just know that depending on which weapon you have, you're setting the speed of the character and, like, orienting the rotation, the movement, and, you know, setting, like, all the variables that you want to set, you know. So just to show it to you. Actually, I don't want to confuse you. Let me not show it to you. But then to link that animation blueprint that I just showed you here. This one. To like say, all right, so start using the animations from this animation blueprint that has, you know, like this. That's for the pistol. So we equip the pistol and we say, all right, you start using this animation that deals with the pistols. This animation blueprint that deals with the pistols. You get the mesh, and there's a linked anim class layers function that you can pass in the animation that you want to, that passes in the class of the animation blueprint that you want to use, right? So this is the class that we're using, and this is stored within the character class. See right here? So we store all the different layers in the character class using the pointers, and we say, all right, start using whichever one you want to start using. And since this right here, since all of these are children, these are children classes. These right here are children classes of this main animation blueprint. This is the main animation blueprint, right? So everything's derived from this main one. All the blueprints are derived from this main one. And this one, and all these are derived from this right here, right? So this is the layers that's derived from this one, and all those specific ones for each specific weapon is derived from this one. So within this one, this is where you implement all the logic, right? I'm probably confusing the heck out of you, man. I'm sorry. There's a great course on Udemy that you can look at. That'll show you the Lyra template and help you understand it. What is it called? Crap. Let me see. Dang it. I want to show it to you, but can't find it. Here it is. Unreal Engine 5 Advanced Locomotion System. So that's a great course you could take. Always learn, man. Always learn. Always aim to learn. How do you switch between layers? To switch between layers, that's why I was explaining that earlier. So like you store the layer within your class, within your character class, right? These are all the different layers, like pistols, rifles. The more weapons you have, the more layers you have, right? And then when you press like, so my inputs are to press, if you press 1, Yeah, learning is the only way to get by. So if you press 1 on my computer, you switch to the primary weapon. If you press 2, you switch to the secondary weapon, right? So when you press 1 to switch to the primary weapon, you're pressing 1, switching to primary weapon, you're passing that to the server, and then you're switching to that animation layer right here. And for that animation layer to work, it has to use the same variables, the same everything that the main one is using. So you have the main one right here that you set on your character class. Right here. This is the main one right here, right? See? And then this is a child class of this one. This is the layers. So this one takes all of the this is where all the calculations are done, right? All your calculations and all the logic is done here. And then like you see here, it takes a variable that depending on whether you're walking or jogging for aim offsets, walking or jogging aim offsets, and you set these. You don't set them here in the layers. You don't set anything here. This is just for logic. So you take these variables, you set all the logic here, and then the weapons. And then for each weapon, so for each weapon has this variable on it. Each weapon animation blueprint has these variables on it, right? Has these variables on it. It has these variables on it. Yikes, hold on. So like these blue ones are the variables that holds the animations, right? Excuse me. Right here. See, this is a structure. This structure holds all the animations, right? This is just an enumeration, but the structure holds all the animations, and then for each weapon, for example, for this structure right here, this is for pivot walking, armed movement walking. So when we're pivoting, we get that from right here. Pivot armed walking, armed movement, and you put the animations for that respective weapon in that respective weapon's layer. And then when you switch to that layer, this layers class, which is this one, this is the base class, this is the layers class. This grabs whichever layer that you're using, which is again right here. So it grabs that one. It grabs the animation off of it, right? Which is like right here. This is a structure that holds animations, and this structure is right here within the layers class. And this layers class is within the base class. This is the base class, right? So within the base class, like for pivoting, you see. I know I said don't do any calculations, but sometimes you have to do some in the base class. Wait, no, I didn't say that. Wait, these aren't even calculations. Anyway, this base class is is using so this base class, this parent class right here, is using this layers, right? The layers is right here. This layers is empty. There's nothing in here in the base class. It's just grabbing an animation layer right here and putting it here, right? This is the animation layer interface. It's using the animation layer interface and putting the respective animation layer interface here, and then this animation layer interface is implement. So first of all, this interface is implemented right here. So you implement this animation layer interface within the base class. So you're saying use this animation layer interface, and then you create another class that derives from this one, right? It can either derive from it, or you could just make a copy of this and make it empty so it doesn't hold anything. And you say this one also implements this interface, right? Now, they're both implementing the interface. So when you call this interface, which is right here, one of these, right? You call it on the base class, is going to get it from this class, which is the child, or like the side by side representation of the base class, but it doesn't hold any animations or anything. It's just simply used to communicate and to do calculations, right? And within this one, it just communicates to this one. It does all the calculations and it communicates back to this one with the animation that it's supposed to play, right? And then by communicating it back to this one, to the base class, using these variables, which are like structures. It doesn't have to be a structure. It can be, like for the idle, it could just be right here. It's just a single variable, right? If we go over here, we're also using single variables, right? Armed relaxed. This is all within this class right here. So for example, armed relax, each weapon has an armed relax, and armed idle variable. They also have an armed cover, half idle, armed cover, left idle, etc., etc. So each weapon has all these variables, right? And within the respective weapons, you grab the weapons variable and you set the animation. So essentially you can create infinite, like you can easily scale up how many weapons you have and just implement the respective variable. Not implement the respective variable, implement the respective animation within the class. See? So they can each all have their own like animation playing. It's pretty cool. Epic did that with Lyra, and it's a very scalable system, so why not use it, right? And I hope that didn't confuse you. I just went off on a rant. Sheesh. Sorry for confusing you if I did. Okay, so I think reloading is good. The logic is good. It's just something wrong with like after I reload. So I reload Go back. Then I can't switch cover sides, and I can try with, that's not really a big issue because I might end up removing that functionality anyway, but I still want to figure out what's going on. So I fire, go into cover, I reload, and I can't switch cover sides. So I can't switch cover sides. I mean, I can switch cover sides, but the animation montage isn't playing. But everything else works fine. So let me just figure out what's causing this break. In the system. And actually, I want to do this only with one character because it will make it easier to debug, right? Maybe I don't think the character state is replicating, or wait a minute, hold on. Oh no, I'm setting it back to cover. In state is cover reloading, out state is character cover. If I change this to this, because this is a bug I had with swapping weapons, right? So I reload. Nope, that's not the problem. Okay, what is the problem? Going from cover reloading back to cover. Let's see. See what's going on here. Why is it not allowing me to switch weapons? No, switch cover sides with the animations. So let me make sure I'm debugging. I reload is fine. Wait. Okay, if I exit out, then I go back in. Okay. Oh, that's why. It's because of it's never going right here. Because this is implemented. So if I do that, wait. Weapon montage cached. This is one of those problems that it can be solved easily, but it's like I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. Okay, so let's see where the animation montage goes when I'm switching sides. Goes to the left, to the right. It comes right here. All right, weapon full body montage. When I reload, it goes to the top. Goes to the top, and I saw it go down here slightly, but so I think the problem is I don't think my weapon state is replicating, man. Wait, I don't think it's being set correctly. What I'm gonna do is I just want to resolve this really quick and I'll call it. I'm gonna say I'm gonna print out character state to string okay, so I'm gonna print out the character string to I'm gonna print out the character state on the screen. $52. All right, so let's see what the character state is. So right now the character state is cover. See, now it's cover aiming. And reloading, and it goes back to cover. So it is set to cover. Cover aiming. Reloading. Cover. Character state combat or character state cover reloading. What happens when I reload when I'm moving? So I'm moving and it stops moving. It goes to stationary. So this is not gonna work. I need this to play right here. So let me do this. You know what? I think I'm gonna call it and resolve this next time because it needs to come right here. The ground speed is greater than 0. Ground speed is greater than 0, right? Character state is equal to any of these, and the character state does not equal any of these. Then I go right here. This is the full body, or upper body rather. But I need to. Wait a minute. Let me make sure root motion isn't enabled. No, it's not enabled. Let's see. This is very interesting. And actually, you know what I want to do? Let's just. I could take this check out because I want to be able just to make debugging faster. Okay. Okay, so I know that when I'm reloading, it doesn't go into here, and I need it to go into here. Or rather, yeah, I need it to go into here. So I need this to be activated. So when we're reloading, I need it to, let's see what, right now I'm in cover. What the hell? It's a bug. Okay. So I think I figured it out, but just to be safe. Okay. Right now I'm in cover. Cover. Reloading, it doesn't go, it leaves cover. You see that? It leaves cover. What the hell? So reloading, leaves cover. So I need to up. It needs to stay right here. But this is right here. Character state cover reloading. It goes into cover. So is locally controlled, characters aiming, is jogging. Okay, so the limitation's not right there. Something is stopping it from playing. And the result, wait, something is stopping. It's stopping all the way up here. Let's see. So I know the montage is playing, right? Because first of all, we can see it. Reloading, cover reloading. That sends this in here. Once we're in here, this is the first place where limitations happen. I think it's because maybe I need to add it here as well. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is why, but I'm not sure. If we add it here, it's added there already. And then let's see what happens. What's going on in here? Okay, so when I click this, it's staying here, which is good. So it means it's using this. So what's okay, it goes to idle. Something's stopping the movement. Is something in my code stopping the movement? Let's check it out. Character state. Cover reloading. I think when I'm in cover, let me make sure that this cover reloading isn't messing up. Oh, I know what the problem is. Oh man, sheesh. I didn't update the movement logic. Okay, it's right here. So I need to add it right here. Man. Character state equals character state. Cover. Reloading. And just to make sure that where is let's see. Okay, walking. That's what I wanted to make sure that I'm not conflicting with that. But yeah, it should work right now. So I'm walking and reloading, and it works, but it leaves the I need it to stay right here because see that it breaks it, but at least it works. And also I need to this is what I need to do. Character state. I'm gonna copy. It's gonna copy. Wait. One rotation and movement is set to. Wait. B stop movement immediately is set to false. Ignore controller input is set to false. One rotation and movement false. Use controller rotation yaw. Use controller rotation yaw is false. So it's false, false. So I can update that on the comment component. So stop movement immediately is the second one. False. No controller input. False. Rotation of movement. False. Use controller rotation, y'all. False. Okay. And that should keep us locked into the cover. So, moment of truth. I should be able to reload. Okay. So I can reload and walk. But I need to update the animation so it doesn't push me away from the cover. You see, it pushes me away. For some reason, it pushes me away. I need to stop it from doing that. That's a bug. It's a minor bug. The major bug is fixed. But even though I'm not playing this anymore. What? I wonder why it's doing that. I think it's because it's not calculating. Let me see. Oh, I disabled it. If I go to the custom movement component and right here, I'm trying to see where. Let's go to the raycasts. Let me enable all of these. I'm trying to expand all of them, but it's not working, man. Here we go. So right here, we'll go to for one frame. This is, or this detect wall. Just want to see it, make sure everything's being done correctly and not changing. That's for exiting out of cover. Okay. And this should work. I mean, as well, we should be able to see. Okay, I reload. Oh, you see, it's not calling. When I reload, it stops calling it. See that? That's what's causing the character to get pushed away. So let's go ahead and do this. Fix this up real quick. I'm gonna have to minimize these again. And I just know where the problem is, and I didn't even, so I want to undo that. I want to keep that there, and I want to copy this. This is when we're moving around. This is when we're in cover. Where is it? Let me minimize it again. Right here. I forgot that. And that solves that problem. And I should be able to play the switching weapon montage, switching cover side montage as well. And that will solve both of those errors that we saw. And so I should be able to. Oh, it's still not playing the switching weapon montage, but I can. Wait a minute. It should not be pushing me outside because let me go right here. Let's go right here to core. No, go to raycast. The problem's somewhere right here. It's not shooter cover, detect the wall, no. Shooter cover states are there obstacles. Alright, we could do this one. And let's go ahead and oh gosh, come on. This is for exiting out of cover. I'm not looking at that. I'll be right back. Alright, let's get this solved and set the stream as successful. It's too quiet in here. Okay. Let's check right here. Start from the source. Okay. If character action does not equal character action no action, right left if right left movement value is greater than 0. Also, I think this is why the cover side is not being set. It's right here. But we're not gonna deal with that. We just want to deal with making sure the character stays close to the wall. Audio Torres, can't wait to play the game once it comes out. Are you planning to work on optimizations? Oh yeah, of course. Thanks, man. I appreciate the encouragement. Yeah, I'm always optimizing, and I'm once I complete like this combat system, like once I implement the different weapons and implement like the network, the lag, taking care of the lagging, and client side prediction, and so on. I will definitely take like a month and just work on debugging, so fixing the errors and optimizing. But right now, to be honest, I'm always optimizing as I'm developing. So as far as optimizations go, I believe it's pretty optimized right now. Like the systems are pretty optimized right now. It's just there's some bugs I need to resolve, right? So as far as the code is involved, I believe it's pretty optimized already. As far as network bandwidth goes, I believe that's optimized as well. Of course, there's always room for improvement. But the best way for me to get that feedback is to get like get a demo complete, so that I can have some people playing it and leaving feedback. And I need to get to that stage and upload a build and have some people play it, have like a play session on a server, so that I can get live feedback, right? But before I do that, I'll probably have like a private, and yeah, of course that'll be private, a private playtest, and get feedback on what needs to be optimized and what is good. By the time that we do that sort of playtest, the core functionality of the game will be complete, right? So I won't really be working on adding anything else onto the game. I'll just be working on optimizing it, and which means that by that time I would have to have at least like 1 to 3 environments. This definitely needs to be complete. The combat, the weapon selection. So like in the main menu, like equipping like loadouts and so on. And those are the main things that I need to complete. So environment, like 3 environments, the main menu, and this combat system. Oh, and also like a few game modes. Maybe like I'll just have like one game mode that we could play, or like two. So like team deathmatch or something, and demolition, where you like you get the bomb from a location in the map, and you have to your team has to plant the bomb, and the other team has to defend that their position. So I'm just working on Windows right now. Sure, like when it's successful and I have a player base, I don't mind like porting it to the console and Linux. But right now I'm just working on Windows because Windows is the most, it's like the base system that everybody uses, right? So I just want to cover I want to attract the highest. I want to work first on attracting people from the highest user base, which is Windows. From the most commonly used PC system, which is Windows operating system. So oh, I see. Huh, yeah. It's for Windows right now, so I'm not even sure. I'll probably have to try it and see if I can run it on Linux. I'm not sure if I build this and I run it on a Linux system, if it'll run. I'll try it and check it out. I'm not sure about what are the differences, because developing with an Unreal Engine, it's not like there's many like, let me see. Okay, Linux. I can build it on Linux. So if I build it on Windows and then build it on Linux, like, I don't see what the difference will be. It gives me the option to build it on different operating systems. So, and the coding doesn't change based off of the operating system, right? Because I'm just using I'm coding in C++, but I'm using Unreal's like Unreal, the libraries that Unreal provides me. So I shouldn't have a problem. No. I understand. I understand. I understand. I don't have to. It's just I'm sure like the people who play on Mac, the people who play on Linux is you. So I would like, if someone wants to play it, I don't want their operating system to be the limiting factor, you know? When that's something that I can easily resolve. I'm not seeing so yeah, I'll definitely like, I would like to port it on console and Linux. And honestly, I don't think Linux is, I don't believe that's a big problem. A big deterrent, or rather a big limiting factor on my end. I have to research it. I don't know too much about Linux, but I definitely will research it and find out. Right here, this is why I'm not seeing. Yeah, but hey, thanks for the feedback. I wasn't thinking about Linux, but I definitely will be now. All right, so when I start reloading, I don't see my. It's not calculating. It should be though. It's not calculating the raycasts. So let's see what this is called. If I go to shooter, it's called there. It's called here. Okay, so this is the only place this is called. And that means I need to check what this is called. If character state equals cover reloading. Do I have a typo? Let me just copy this because you never know. Okay, then I should be calling this right here. Character action does not equal. Character action does not equal character action, no action. Is this what's causing the problem with? Let me try this. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna upload it. It's definitely gonna be published on Steam when it's complete. Proton, huh? Never used that. I'm really curious as to why it's not calculating the. This is what's causing. As soon as I start playing the montage, character state equals theirs. Wait a minute. When I'm in cover reloading, it's going here and it's going here. I don't need it to be right here. This is what's messing it up. Cover reloading. It just needs to be here. Because this is when we're in combat state. So so it should work now if I press R. There we go. That was a problem. Now I will never leave. I will always be stuck or clamped to the wall. So that's one problem solved. And it works when I'm switching cover. And now for switching cover sides, you see when I switch sides, there's a montage that should be playing. This montage right here should play. Well, after I reload, it doesn't play the montage anymore. So if character action does not equal character action, no action. Let me put if it does not equal character action, no action, then it does this. Right? So I'm gonna print something on the screen because I think the character action is not being set to. Oh, it's not. Am I not setting it to no action? I don't think I'm setting it to no action. That's what's causing the function right here. Yeah, I'm not setting it to no action. It needs to be set to no action. That's what's causing that right there. Sheesh. Alright, the bugs are resolved. Oh, they're not bugs, but the errors on my end. That's really what bugs are. They're just errors on the programmer's end. So I'll reload now. There we go. Reload, switch sides, switch sides, switch sides. It works. Switch weapons. Reload. Switch sides. Aim. Oh. Reloading. I can't reload a grenade. That's a bug. Fire. Reload. Let's try it with a client. Okay. Make sure we can see. Okay. Let me exit out of cover, go back in cover. Aim, fire. Okay, this my aim offset yaw doesn't, it's not yeah, that's something I just realized. My aim offset pitch is not replicating. That's something I'm gonna have to resolve, but not today. Oh, my yaw is, wait, on this, it is on my, on the client, but not on the server. But now it's not updating on the client. But now it is. So I don't think it's replicating fast enough. I think that's the problem. Because it's working on the client on the bottom left, and it's not working on the server, right? And look at the weapon. Yeah, it's not working at all now. What the hell? I think I have to rebuild the project. Because if I try it on the server, I can't even see. Let me try with a pistol. Yeah, the server's working. Huh. That's interesting. I don't remember it being like that before. Anyway, I'll figure that out. That's not a big problem. But they just keep adding up. I'm telling you, I need at least like a month to fix all these errors. Clients, yaw, and pitch do not update while in cover. Okay. But reloading, that's what we're testing right now. So make sure it works on the client. Okay, so I reload. It seems to be working just fine. Right? Switch weapons. Yeah, will I do a stream fixing the errors? I mean, I don't think that's something someone would want to watch. I mean, sure, it seems like something boring. But if you guys, if you want to watch it, sure. I didn't think someone would want to watch that. But yeah, I don't mind it. Sure, why not? So it works. I kind of want to figure out what's going on with the yaw, because when I'm aiming right now, the yaw works, right? Pitch works. When I enter cover, it doesn't work. I switch weapons. It doesn't work. It's like inconsistent because it was working and now it's not working. Let me see how it looks like on the server. I'm not gonna fix it now, but I just want to see what it looks like. What the heck? Okay. Okay, so we see the server. Okay. So we're getting the right values already set, right? We try it over here. It works on the server. I wouldn't mind. I cannot even understand what you're doing half the time. Sheesh. Sorry, man. I'm trying to explain everything as I work, so that people aren't they're not just lost. I'll do a better job at explaining. Oh yeah, let me put that limiting factor back on. So reloading is a success. We got the reloading functionality to work. Okay. Reloading is good. I need to take out all those debug lines that I printed, or that I'm showing on the screen. Let me see how many debug lines I have. That's 1, 2. Let me just compile it. Am I missed? Did I disable all of them? Nope. There's one more. That's this one. That's this one right here. Okay. What was I gonna look at? Oh, right. I was gonna look at the why the yaw isn't working. Before I do that, let me minimize this. No, you're explaining just fine. I'm just saying, since I never wrote an Unreal Engine, lots of those things are unfamiliar. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't think it's really possible to explain Unreal Engine 5 stuff to people who never used it. I mean, in a good, entertaining way. Oh, okay. That can make sense. I understand where you're coming from. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Jeez, alright. Well, thanks for stopping by, even though you don't understand too much. I appreciate it, man. And hopefully I can help you understand Unreal Engine so that when you do start using it, you'll know some things. Like you'll have some understanding of the engine, right? You won't just be starting from ground zero. So I just want to fix the aim offset, yaw, and pitch while I'm in cover because it doesn't seem to be replicating. And I think the authoritative character should be the one that takes control over that. So I'm trying to think of, let's see. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you definitely will. I think that's with everything. Like it's like explaining car parts to someone who knows nothing about a car. You can like you can explain like the bare bones explanations, but they won't really understand what you're talking about unless they understand, unless they start studying car parts and how it works, right? Okay, so let's see, where's the yaw? The yaw is right here. But I know this is called in tick. So all right. Cover aiming. We are in cover aiming. Let's see. Am I even like, if I aim, is it? Alright, let me see if it's printing something on the screen, cause so right here it says pitch and it says yaw right here. So my yaw is being updated, but I'm not aiming. When I am aiming, it's not being updated. Alright, now it's not being updated. Okay, so it's not being updated, right? But I want to make sure that I'm looking at the right thing. Let me say, I'm gonna print this if yes, owning player character. So if only play, wait, I'm not checking that here. Only play character is valid, and only play character is locally controlled, and only play character does not have authority. So if these are true, I want to print these. I want to print the yaw and the pitch of the character, and this should print. All right, so I only need two characters for this. I need a client and a server, and my goal is to print this character's yaw and pitch, right? Okay, so you see the yaw. Where's the yaw? I don't even see it. Hold on. Only play characters bad. Only play character. Oh, I put is not locally controlled. Needs to be is locally controlled. Okay. Okay, now we see it. We see the yaw. Right. There's a lot of. I'm gonna do my best. Let me just move all the way over here. So the yaw is right here on the bottom. If you look right here, it's the yaw. That's the pitch. And so see, the pitch value is being updated. The yaw value is not being updated. If I aim again, pitch is being updated. Yaw is not being updated. Okay. So first let's look at the yaw. Right. We are in cover aiming. Saying if let's copy, actually, yeah, let's copy this, and so which way we're gonna print this? Ground speed equals 0, and we're on the ground. Saying if character state equals Initialize cover, cover, initialize cover aiming, or cover aiming. We're now rotating the boot bone, okay? And then if we have authority, getting the base aim rotation. Okay. So is that a glitch? Okay. So I want to see if this is being called on the server. And I'm gonna say if we already know we're on authority, so I'm gonna check if we're not locally controlled. And up here, let me comment these out so I don't confuse myself. Okay. So it's not even printing it right here. So no, this is tick. Okay. If the ground speed is equal to 0 and we're on the ground, right? The ground speed okay, it's only printing aim offset pitch and yaw when I'm moving, right? See it being printed when I'm moving. When I stop moving, it's not printing it. The ground speed is greater than 0. And I'm not on the ground. Or I'm not in the ground. We're setting the yaw to 0. On the authority. This is a replicating variable, right? So it should be replicating to everybody. Same goes for calculating the aim offset yaw. Current aim rotation. Owning play character, get base aim rotation. Then we're getting the delta. Current aim rotation. Starting aim rotation. And where is this being set? starting here. So what happens if I also do it right here? See if this will work. So I'm only doing that on the authority. So I see the pitch updating on the client, just not the yaw. See, the pitch is updating. I'm looking down and up. But I'm not focusing on the pitch right now. I just want to focus on the yaw. When I turn left and right, I'm offset yaw, but coming in here. If I'm not locally controlled, then print this. If we're on the server and we're not locally controlled, print this. Since this is not printing, I want to let me just print something random just to see if anything is printing from right here. Because we know we're on the server, but we're not the character that's being controlled by the server, which is this character. And it's still not printing anything. Which means this is not even being reached, right? This is never being reached in here. If character state, okay, so we're saying if it equals cover aiming, coming in here. Character state equals combat or initialize combat, we're going in here. If it equals cover aiming, going in here. Cover aiming, going in here. So let me try printing this. Actually, try printing all of this right here. Wow, it's not even printing. It's still not printing anything. Oh, right. I feel like an idiot. Let's do that again. I need to. So if we're in a server, but we're not the character being controlled by the server, print this. Okay, why is it not printing? This character, not on the server. Oh, okay, now it's printing. Guess I just had to exit out and restart. Still printing all that crap. Oh, it's printing from right here. Alright. Okay. I see. It's printing it now. But as soon as I go to aim, it stops printing. So it's printing now in cover. Cover aiming is not printing. Printing at cover, not cover aiming. Which makes me think that okay, but now I'm seeing it update. It's updating locally. It's just so weird. Is this one of those problems where I have to just rebuild the project? See, now it's not working. What the hell? This is so weird. It was just working, now it's not working.
Find your
It's just a visual thing, but because the weapon aims at what it needs to aim at, but I still want to figure out why it's not. I think what I'm gonna do is if I set this locally and then send it to the server, it's gonna take a lot of bandwidth, but this is I don't think the state is replicating in time. I can check what the state is. Right, I could say if the owner player has authority and owner player is not locally controlled, Then I'm gonna print character state. Yikes. And I need to so if we're on the server and we're not being locally controlled, okay, see, it has the wrong state on it. It says it thinks I'm in cover aiming. It doesn't get the it's not getting the most recent. Sheesh, man. It says I'm in initialized cover aiming. But I'm in aiming right now. Now it says I'm in cover. So my yaw is being updated, but the character states is not updating on time, or what? This is one of those, oh man. This is not even a problem with my logic. It's something with the network. Sometimes like this network programming for multiplayer games is so freaking gnarly. Because things don't always happen in the order that you want them to happen because you're sending stuff over like the network. So you sent two things. The second thing you send might reach the destination before the first one. Even though you want them to reach the destination in the order that you send them, it might not always happen that way. So like right here, see, like now it works because it got sent and everything reached the destination at the order it was supposed to reach the destination, right? So now it works. Now it's not working. Because it didn't reach the destination in the order I wanted it to reach the destination, man. So, oh gosh. And the only way I know how to fix this is to make it inefficient, which is basically sending information over the network using tick, which is every frame. I'll be updating this, and I mean, if I'm using a dedicated server, I don't know how much that's gonna bring the bill, how much that's gonna increase the bill. See, now it's not working, and it's just random gonna work, like. It was just working. Now I have to wait for it to like to decide to work. You got this, man. Hey, thanks a lot, Audio Torres. Yeah, this is that stuff that makes me just want to like say screw this, you know. Now it's not working. Let's switch weapons. Now it's working. Only on the yaw, right? Still working only on the yaw. It's working, but only the yaw is working. So Yaw's working. The pitch is still not working. Now it's not working. So it seems like when I'm switching states, that's when it decides to work, right? So I have to switch states. Now it's not working. Okay. Yeah, man. Oh gosh. I know what the problem is now. So I guess that I did resolve the problem, but I didn't at the same time. Making a single player game is so much easier. So gosh. Let's see. I want to this is not being updated all the way. So let's see what happens when I do this. This is just like cover aiming. I'm gonna just switch this. I'm not gonna use initialize cover aiming. I'm gonna just switch it to aiming as soon as possible. Right here. And this works. All right, it doesn't play the montage, but you see now it works. It doesn't actually go into, it doesn't play the montage to go to cover aiming. I mean, it did that time. Well, it's not playing the montage. It's just going to the cover aiming, because for it to go into that montage, this needs to be set to initialize cover aiming, right? So now it goes to cover aiming, but because that information is not reaching the server in the order I want it to reach, this is not it's not being updated, because it's being updated on the server, but the server's not updating it because the information hasn't reached it in the order I want it to reach. And that can be fixed by doing that, right? So now it works. And we can even get another. We get 2 clients. Right? And going to cover, and they should all see the same thing. Yep, so it does work. There's nothing wrong with my logic. It's the freaking engine or the network or whatever it is that's causing all these complications, man. Crap. I'm definitely not updating that on the what is this? I want to undo everything that I just did, because there's nothing wrong with my logic, and I don't want to mess up something that's not broken, right? Okay, right, right there. Okay. So the way to fix this is to, the only thing I can think about doing is creating another state right here. So you have an end state, and then you have a verification state that makes sure that the state that you sent it to, that you sent to the server, is the state that's set. And if it's not, then it sets that state on the server. And the same goes for the out state. So you set the in state, and then you verify it on the server. And if it's not, oh, that's a, I'm gonna put that on my to-do list. Develop verification in states and out states for the combat system. When aiming while in cover and while switching weapons on the server. When aiming while in cover, both for both client and server and while switching weapons on the server, the states and out states don't get set. And I don't know why I'm writing everything with capital first letters, but whatever. Don't get set in the correct order. And result complications with the just put a rise, and I'm gonna just put yeah, that's good enough. I'll know exactly what that means when I read it. So that resolves that problem. And with that being said, I think it's a pretty successful development session. Got a lot done. Got reloading done. Got figured out some bugs that aren't really due to logic, but more to things that we really can't control. So we have to work around them. But yeah, see, like I can show it to you when I switch weapons on the server. This is another time that I realized this happening, but since it's happening in more than one place now, I have to figure out a solution. Like if I switch weapons on the server, if I equip one weapon, it works fine, right? I unequip it, I equip it, it works fine. When I switch weapons, see that the states don't reach the server in time, or rather the states on the server don't replicate to the clients in time. So they don't know that I'm in another state to pick up another weapon, right? Because it's happening too fast. And and the result is getting sent, or rather is getting received in the order that it shouldn't be received in. So the clients basically get the end result before the state. They get the end result state, the last state that's sent. They get that before the state that comes before it. If that makes sense. So they get the last state. They get the state that they should get last, first, and then the state that they get that they should get first to get that last. So that's why they end up in the right pose. That's why it's ending up in the right pose on their end. But since there's another state before it that needs to be activated so that they see that the character is picking up this weapon from its holster, that doesn't arrive first before the end state, so that arrives last. So it never how do I explain it? I think I explained it wrong. The end state, so the states are being dang it, I don't want to confuse you, but it's not, stuff isn't happening in the right order, in short. But you see, like if I do it with a client, it works fine, right? Over here, it works fine, right? If I do it with a client, it works fine. If I do it with another client, it works fine. And then if I go over here and I go to equip and I change this to right here, then it'll work on the server. See? Because nothing is being changed fast. It's the same one. But as soon as something has to change, it's happening. Like this one, it will change to this one first, and then it will receive this one. But it's never, or rather, it will receive it in the right order, but it will receive it too fast, right? So it will just set it to this one, and this one will never. This one will be set, and then this one will be set really fast, right afterwards. So you'll never see this state, and this state is what is the character picking up the weapon, right, from the holster. So it's like that, man. But with the client, it works fine because it's sending it to the server, so it takes longer. It takes longer for the client to send it, and it takes longer for the server to set it and then send it to everybody else. So everything is like delayed, so it works fine. And with the server sending it to the clients, it's just too fast, you know. So hey man, Audio Taurus, thanks for stopping by and chilling with me while I develop this game. This is surely the challenges after challenges, but I'm glad that I got a good bit of work done on it and implemented reloading, right? So the characters reload now. You can fire. Oh, there we go. I gotta add that back. I removed it. And that brings, wait, so I gotta have one, wait. Where is it? Right here? right here. I gotta add it back. I removed it by accident. Character state. Reload. I think it's reload, right? It's not cover reload. Is it reloading or reload? Reloading. Because it stops. If I don't put that there, the character stops moving when you reload. So we implement the reloading. We can reload when we're running. When we're aiming. That's the server. And this is a client. Reloading when we're aiming. And that's pretty cool. And then we resolved, or rather we figured out, we also implemented it while we're in cover. So we can reload when we're cover. Switch weapons. And let me put that back, because initialize cover aiming. I think I changed something. Because it doesn't look like, wait. We'll try it with a server. Okay, it works, it's fine. It's just the client. Oh. What was I looking at before? Anyway, so yeah, we implemented cover reloading. We can reload when we're in cover. And we can also reload. Can't pass the server. It also switch sides, so if we reload and switching cover types, it still reloads. So that's cool. And of course, let's try the sniper. Reload. Cool. So I think that's a good session right there. Oh yeah, let me just do one last thing. What I want to do is I want automatic reloads. So if you as soon as you fire and your weapon's empty, I want to execute a reload, right? So right here, let's see. When you go and when you press fire weapon, right here, I'm gonna put another check and say else if so if we can't fire because the current ammunition is not greater than 0, I'm gonna call reload and we'll put this right here. So current weapon, get ammunition. I'm gonna say is less than or equal to 0, just to be safe. And call weapon reload. Right? So fire, reload, fire, reload, fire, reload, and same goes to for the pistol. Reload, automatic reload. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, that's a successful stream right there. So that's it for this session. Thanks again for stopping by. And I will stream again. When's the next time I'm gonna stream? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. The next time I'm gonna stream is, let's just say, oh, that's a big jump. Maybe I'm gonna just say Friday is the next time I'll stream. And I don't, or if I do end up working on this project before Friday, I'll definitely stream. But definitely Friday. And but it might be before Friday, like if I work on it before. So yeah. Thanks, Audio Torres. Heck yeah. Hey, thanks for stopping by, man. I'm glad you enjoy it, and thanks for the feedback. I definitely took it to note. So, oh, gotta find another bug. We just found another bug. Yeah, but yeah, I'll definitely take a note to I definitely took your feedback, and I will definitely continue working on it. I think yeah, seems like it's freezing now because it's using too much GPU, I guess. It's like stuttering. I see it as I'm watching the stream and I see it like stuttering. But okay, so it seems like when I start doing parkour actions, it starts stuttering for whatever reason. I don't know why. So I think maybe the GPU is causing the crash to happen with my pointer, because right now my GPU can't really keep up with all the parkour actions when I'm streaming, right? So just to experiment real quick. I'm just gonna see if I'm watching the stream to see if it crashes. I mean, if it starts stuttering again when I'm doing these actions. see anything yet. But yeah, it's stuttering. Alright, I'm calling it. Hey, you guys take care. Peace out. Thanks for stopping by, Audio Torres. Later, man. Blessings to you.